Picture this. It's the year 476, and the last Roman emperor in the West has just been deposed by a Germanic chieftain. The empire that once stretched from Britain to North Africa, that built roads connecting 3 continents and maintained peace for centuries, has crumbled into dust. Across Europe, cities are abandoned, trade routes lie in ruins, and barbarian warlords carve up the corpse of civilization. This is chaos in its purest form. Yet from this devastation would emerge something extraordinary. Not the return of Rome, but something entirely new. A patchwork of kingdoms bound together by faith, feudal loyalty, and the dream of a unified Christian Europe. This is the story of how medieval Europe rose from the ashes of antiquity. Before we dive into tonight's journey through the transformation of a continent, take a moment to like this video if you're ready to explore how chaos became kingdoms. And let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. It always fascinates me to see this community spanning the globe. Now settle in, maybe dim the lights, and let's travel back to witness one of history's most remarkable resurrections. The collapse didn't happen overnight. By the 5th century, the Western Roman Empire was already a shadow of its former glory, hemorrhaging money, manpower, and territory to wave after wave of Germanic migrations. But December 31st, 406, stands as one of history's most consequential New Year's Eves. On that frozen night, a massive confederation of tribes crossed the Rhine River into Roman Gaul. Vandals, Suevi, Alans, and dozens of other groups surged westward, not as raiders this time, but as entire peoples seeking new homes. The Roman response was pathetic. Emperor Honorius, busy with political games in Italy, offered virtually no resistance. Within 3 years, these migrating nations had devastated northern Gaul. Mainz burned, Worms fell, Strasbourg was sacked. The barbarians weren't just conquering territory, they were erasing the very infrastructure of Roman civilization. Roads cracked and became overgrown. Aqueducts collapsed. The famous Roman postal system vanished. Cities that had thrived for centuries shrank to villages, their populations fleeing to the countryside or simply disappearing entirely. Rome itself, the eternal city, fell to Visigothic King Alaric in 410, then to Vandal King Genseric in 455. Each sacking stripped away another layer of imperial prestige. By 476, when the Germanic general Odoacer deposed the boy emperor Romulus Augustulus, it was less the death of an empire than the final burial of a corpse that had been rotting for decades. But here's what makes this story fascinating. The so-called barbarians who destroyed Rome weren't mindless savages. They were sophisticated peoples with their own laws, customs, and political systems. The Franks, settling in what would become France, brought with them assemblies of free men that functioned almost like ancient republics. Germanic kings weren't absolute monarchs, but executive officers accountable to tribal assemblies. This democratic tradition would profoundly influence medieval concepts of kingship and the relationship between rulers and subjects. Take the Visigoths, who established their kingdom in southern France and Spain. After sacking Rome, they didn't simply loot and leave. They created the Visigothic Code, a sophisticated legal system that blended Roman law with Germanic customs. This wasn't destruction, it was transformation. Similarly, the Vandals who terrorized the Mediterranean weren't just pirates. They built a kingdom in North Africa that lasted nearly a century, complete with its own currency, diplomatic relations, and administrative systems. The most successful of these successor kingdoms belonged to the Franks. Starting as a collection of tribes in what is now Belgium and northern France, the Franks under King Clovis I achieved something remarkable. In 496, at the Battle of Tolbiac, Clovis defeated the Alemanni and converted to Catholic Christianity. This wasn't just a personal spiritual decision, It was a masterstroke of political genius. Unlike most other Germanic kingdoms, which practiced Arian Christianity, the Franks embraced the same Catholic faith as their Roman subjects. This gave them an enormous advantage. The Roman population didn't see them as heretical conquerors, but as legitimate Christian rulers. The Catholic Church, desperate for protection in a chaotic world, threw its full support behind the Frankish kingdom. Bishops became royal advisors. Monasteries provided administrative services. The alliance between the Franks and the Church would reshape the political landscape of Europe. As Roman authority collapsed, one institution not only survived, but thrived. The Catholic Church emerged from the ruins as the most powerful unifying force in Western Europe. While emperors fell and kingdoms rose and crumbled, the Church provided continuity, stability, and hope. In a world where travel was dangerous and communication nearly impossible, the network of bishops, priests, and monasteries became the closest thing to a functioning government that most people knew. The Church's influence extended far beyond the spiritual realm. Bishops often served as the de facto rulers of their cities, organizing defense, distributing food, and maintaining what little remained of Roman civic life. When barbarian armies approached, people looked to their bishop for protection. When trade collapsed, monasteries became centers of economic activity. When literacy nearly disappeared, monks preserved the written word. The rise of monasticism was particularly crucial to Europe's recovery. Saint Benedict of Nursia, writing his famous rule around 530, established principles that would guide monastic life for centuries. Benedictine monasteries weren't just places of prayer, they were centers of innovation, learning, and economic development. Monks cleared forests, drained swamps, and developed new agricultural techniques. They copied ancient manuscripts, preserving Greek and Roman knowledge that would otherwise have been lost forever. These monastic communities became the universities, hospitals, hotels, and research centers of their age. A traveler could find food and shelter at a monastery. A sick person could receive medical care from monks trained in herbal medicine. A nobleman's son could receive education in reading, writing, and Latin. The monasteries didn't just preserve civilization, they actively rebuilt it. The economic transformation of post-Roman Europe was as dramatic as its political collapse. The sophisticated monetary system that had facilitated trade across the Mediterranean gave way to localized barter economies. Cities, once the beating hearts of Roman civilization, withered and contracted. Rome itself shrank from hundreds of thousands of inhabitants to perhaps 30,000 by the end of the 6th century. The urban culture that had defined Roman life for centuries virtually disappeared in many regions. But this wasn't simply decline, it was adaptation. As long-distance trade became impossible due to warfare and instability, Europeans developed more localized, self-sufficient economic systems. The great Roman villas evolved into manorial estates where everything needed for daily life was produced locally. This economic transformation laid the groundwork for what would become the feudal system. The collapse of Roman infrastructure forced people to find new ways of organizing society. Without imperial armies to maintain order, local strongmen filled the void. These warrior aristocrats offered protection to farmers and craftsmen in exchange for service and loyalty. The Roman system of citizenship and legal rights gave way to personal bonds of obligation and mutual dependence. Germanic legal traditions played a crucial role in this transformation. Unlike Roman law, which emphasized written codes and imperial authority, Germanic law was based on custom, oral tradition, and the concept of personal honor. Disputes were settled not by imperial magistrates, but by assemblies of freemen or through ritualized combat. This legal pluralism created a complex patchwork of jurisdictions and authorities that would characterize medieval Europe for centuries. The Merovingian dynasty, descended from Clovis, ruled the Frankish kingdom for over 2 centuries. But by the 8th century, real power had shifted to their palace mayors, particularly the family that would become known as the Carolingians. Charles Martel, whose name literally means the hammer, built his reputation through military success, particularly his stunning victory over Islamic forces at the Battle of Tours in 732. This battle was more than just another military engagement. The Umayyad Caliphate had conquered most of Spain and was pushing into southern France. If they had succeeded in crossing the Pyrenees permanently, the entire trajectory of European history might have changed. Charles Martel's victory didn't just stop Islamic expansion, it established the Carolingians as the defenders of Christian Europe. Martel's son, Pepin the Short, completed the family's rise to power. With papal backing, he deposed the last Merovingian king in 751 and founded the Carolingian dynasty. This wasn't just a change of rulers, it was a revolution in the relationship between secular and religious authority. The Pope's approval legitimized Carolingian rule, while Carolingian military might protected papal interests. This alliance would reshape European politics for centuries. The true genius of Carolingian success lay not just in military prowess, but in administrative innovation. They developed a system of royal agents called missi dominici, envoys who travelled throughout the kingdom, ensuring that royal commands were obeyed and local officials remained loyal. They standardized weights and measures, reformed the currency, and promoted education and learning. The Carolingians didn't just conquer territory, they created the infrastructure necessary to govern it effectively. When Pepin died in 768, he divided his kingdom between his two sons, following Frankish custom. But when Carloman died in 771, his brother Charles inherited the entire realm. History knows him as Charlemagne, Charles the Great, and his reign would mark the true transformation from chaos to organized kingdom. Charlemagne was a giant in every sense. Contemporary sources describe him as unusually tall for his era, with a commanding presence that awed both allies and enemies. But his true greatness lay not in his physical stature, but in his vision for Europe. Over the course of his 46-year reign, he would conquer most of Western and Central Europe, creating an empire that rivaled the greatest achievements of Rome. The Saxon Wars alone lasted over 30 years, as Charlemagne systematically conquered and converted the pagan tribes of northern Germany. The Lombard kingdom in Italy fell to his armies in 774. He pushed deep into Spain, establishing the Spanish March as a buffer against Islamic forces. By 800, his empire stretched from the Atlantic to the Elbe River, from the North Sea to central Italy. But Charlemagne's greatest achievement wasn't military. It was cultural and administrative. He promoted what historians call the Carolingian Renaissance, a revival of learning and culture that rescued European civilization from the intellectual darkness that had followed Rome's fall. Scholars from across Europe gathered at his court. Ancient texts were copied and preserved. New schools were established throughout the empire. The coronation of Charlemagne as Emperor of the Romans by Pope Leo III on Christmas Day, 800, was a moment that changed the course of European history. For the first time since 476, there was once again a Roman emperor in the West. But this wasn't a restoration of the old empire, it was the birth of something new. A Christian empire that combined Germanic military traditions, Roman administrative practices, and Catholic religious authority. This coronation established a precedent that would echo through medieval history. The idea that political authority required religious legitimacy, that kings ruled by divine grace, became fundamental to European political thought. The Holy Roman Empire, as it would later be known, created a framework for unity that transcended tribal and ethnic boundaries. The impact of Charlemagne's empire extended far beyond politics. The Carolingian monetary reform standardized currency across much of Europe. The The development of Carolingian minuscule, a clear and legible script, revolutionized written communication. The establishment of cathedral schools laid the foundation for the medieval university system. Legal reforms created a more unified system of justice. Agricultural improvements increased food production and supported population growth. Yet even as Charlemagne created this new imperial order, the seeds of its fragmentation were already present. Frankish inheritance law required the division of property among all male heirs. When Charlemagne died in 814, his son Louis the Pious inherited the empire intact. But when Louis died in 840, his three sons divided the realm among themselves. The Treaty of Verdun in 843 created the basic political divisions that would define Europe for centuries, separating what would become France, Germany, and Italy into distinct kingdoms. This fragmentation might seem like failure, but it actually represented the successful adaptation of Carolingian innovations to local conditions. The empire had grown too large and diverse to be governed effectively from a single centre. By dividing into smaller, more manageable kingdoms, the Carolingian legacy could survive and flourish in different forms. The transformation from chaos to kingdoms wasn't complete with Charlemagne's death. If anything, the 9th and 10th centuries would see new challenges that would further reshape European civilization. Viking raids from the north, Magyar invasions from the east, and Saracen attacks from the south created new pressures that would accelerate the development of feudalism and the rise of local strongmen. But the foundation had been laid. The alliance between Germanic military traditions and Christian religious authority had created a new form of European civilization. The preservation and transmission of classical learning had ensured cultural continuity. The development of new agricultural techniques and the growth of monastic communities had created the economic base for recovery and expansion. The rise of medieval Europe from the chaos of Rome's collapse represents one of history's most remarkable transformations. In less than 4 centuries, a continent devastated by war, plague, and social collapse had rebuilt itself into a network of Christian kingdoms that would dominate European politics for the next 1,000 years. This wasn't just recovery, it was Renaissance, the birth of a distinctly European civilization that combined the best of its classical, Germanic, and Christian inheritances. Anses. The decades following Charlemagne's empire witnessed Europe grappling with new waves of destruction that would ultimately forge an even more resilient civilization. From the late 8th century onward, dragon-prowed ships appeared on European coastlines, bringing terror from the north. The Vikings, driven by population pressure, political upheaval, and the lure of wealthy monasteries, launched raids that reached deep into the continent's heartland. These weren't random attacks by primitive savages. Viking society was sophisticated, with complex trade networks stretching from Greenland to Constantinople. Their longships, technological marvels of shallow draft and incredible speed, could navigate rivers as easily as open seas. In 793, the monastery of Lindisfarne fell to Viking raiders, shocking the Christian world. Within decades, no coastline or river system in Europe was safe. The Vikings didn't just raid, they settled. In 911, the French king Charles the Simple granted the Viking leader Rollo the territory around Rouen, creating the Duchy of Normandy. These Northmen, as they came to be called, rapidly adopted French culture and Christianity while retaining their martial prowess. Within 2 centuries, Norman knights would conquer England, establish kingdoms in southern Italy and Sicily, and lead crusading armies to the Holy Land. But the Vikings weren't Europe's only challenge. From the east came the Magyars, nomadic horsemen whose lightning raids terrorized Germany, France, and Italy throughout the early 10th century. Like the Huns before them, the Magyars fought as mounted archers, striking fast and disappearing before organized resistance could form. Their defeat by Otto I at the Battle of Lechfeld in 955 finally ended their threat, and they settled in what became Hungary, eventually converting to Christianity and joining European civilization. From the south, Saracen pirates and raiders harassed Mediterranean coasts and Alpine passes. These attacks disrupted trade and forced coastal populations inland, accelerating the ruralization of European society. Yet each of these challenges ultimately strengthened Europe by forcing innovation in military organization, fortification, and governance. The response to this multi-directional assault was the development of what historians call feudalism, though medieval people never used that term. This wasn't a planned system, but an organic evolution of survival strategies. Local strongmen built fortified positions, usually on hilltops or strategic river crossings, and offered protection to surrounding populations in exchange for service and support. The earliest castles were simple affairs, wooden towers surrounded by earthen ramparts and wooden palisades. But as military technology advanced and wealth increased, these evolved into massive stone fortresses that dominated the landscape. The castle of Château Gaillard, built by Richard the Lionheart in just 2 years, demonstrated how quickly defensive architecture could adapt to new challenges. The warrior class that emerged from this militarization of European society became known as knights, from the German word meaning servant. But these weren't humble servants. Knights were mounted warriors, heavily armored and extensively trained, who formed the military elite of medieval society. The stirrup, introduced from Asia around the 8th century, revolutionized warfare by giving mounted warriors unprecedented stability and striking power. Knighthood evolved beyond mere military function into a complex social system bound by oaths of loyalty and service. A young nobleman might serve as a page in another lord's household, then as a squire learning weapons and horsemanship, before finally earning his spurs in a ceremony that combined Germanic warrior traditions with Christian blessing. This system created networks of personal loyalty that stretched across political boundaries. The Church played a crucial role in taming and directing this warrior culture. The Peace of God movement, beginning in the late 10th century, sought to limit warfare by declaring certain people, places and times sacred and off-limits to violence. Churches, monasteries, and pilgrims were placed under divine protection. The Truce of God extended this by prohibiting warfare on certain days of the week and during religious seasons. More importantly, the Church began to channel military aggression toward acceptable targets. The concept of just war, developed by St. Augustine and refined by medieval theologians, provided religious justification for violence in defense of the faith. This ideology would eventually culminate in the Crusades, but its immediate effect was to legitimize the warrior class within Christian society. The relationship between lords and vassals wasn't merely military, but encompassed complex economic arrangements. Land, the primary source of wealth in an agricultural society, was granted in return for service. A vassal received a fief, usually consisting of agricultural estates worked by peasants, and in return owed his lord military service, typically 40 days per year. This created a pyramid of obligation stretching from the king down to the humblest knight. The peasants who worked these lands weren't slaves, but they weren't free either. Serfdom bound them to the land and to their lord, who provided protection, justice, and the tools necessary for farming. In return, serfs owed labor service, typically 3 days per week on the lord's domain land, plus various payments and obligations. This system, however restrictive it seems today, provided security and stability in an uncertain world. Agricultural innovation drove the economic revival that made this complex social system possible. The heavy plough, capable of turning the dense soils of northern Europe, opened vast new areas to cultivation. The three-field system, which left 1/3 of land fallow each year while rotating crops on the remainder, increased yields and soil fertility. Watermills and windmills multiplied human labor power, grinding grain, fulling cloth, and powering various industrial processes. The population growth that resulted from agricultural improvements created pressure for expansion. Beginning in the 11th century, Europeans began clearing forests, draining marshes, and pushing into previously marginal lands. This internal colonization was matched by external expansion as Christian kingdoms pushed back against Islamic territories in Spain and established footholds in the eastern Mediterranean. The capture of Jerusalem by crusading armies in 1099 marked a watershed moment in medieval European development. Pope Urban II's call for the First Crusade in 1095 had united European nobility behind a common cause for the first time since Charlemagne. The success of this expedition, however temporary, demonstrated that European military technology and organization had reached a new level of effectiveness. The Crusades had profound effects beyond their stated religious objectives. They exposed Europeans to new ideas, technologies, and luxury goods from the Islamic world and Byzantine Empire. The massive logistical requirements of transporting and supplying crusading armies stimulated trade and banking. Italian city-states like Venice, Genoa, and Pisa grew wealthy, providing ships and supplies to crusaders. More importantly, the Crusades accelerated the centralization of royal power. Kings who successfully led crusades gained prestige and resources that allowed them to strengthen their authority over fractious nobles. The French monarchy, in particular, used crusading ideology to expand royal power and territorial control. The Albigensian Crusade against Cathar heretics in southern France was as much about extending royal authority as defending orthodoxy. The economic revival that accompanied these military and political developments transformed European society. By the 11th century, trade was recovering from its post-Roman collapse. New towns sprang up around castles, monasteries, and river crossings. Markets reappeared, first weekly, then daily. Craftsmen organized themselves into guilds that regulated production, maintained quality standards, and provided social support for their members. The growth of towns created a new social class that fit awkwardly into the traditional division between those who fought, those who prayed, and those who worked. Merchants and artisans were neither noble nor peasant, neither warrior nor cleric. They developed their own institutions, laws, and culture. Town charters granted by kings or lords gave urban communities significant autonomy, including the right to govern themselves, maintain their own courts, and defend their own walls. This urban revival was closely connected to the intellectual renaissance of the 11th and 12th centuries. Cathedral schools, originally established to train clergy, began attracting students interested in secular learning. The rediscovery of Aristotle's works, transmitted through Arabic translations and commentaries, revolutionized European thought. The University of Bologna, founded around 1088, became the model for institutions of higher learning throughout Europe. The architectural revolution of the High Middle Ages reflected this intellectual and economic revival. The development of Gothic architecture allowed builders to construct cathedrals of unprecedented height and light. The Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris, begun in 1163, took nearly 2 centuries to complete and required the coordination of hundreds of craftsmen, massive financial resources, and sophisticated engineering knowledge. These great cathedrals weren't just religious buildings, but symbols of urban pride and economic power. Towns competed to build the tallest spires, the most elaborate facades, the largest windows. The construction process itself became a form of community devotion, with people from all social classes contributing labor, materials, or money. The guild system ensured that the finest craftsmen worked on these projects, developing new techniques and training new generations of builders. The intellectual ferment of the cathedral schools eventually gave birth to scholasticism, a method of learning that sought to reconcile faith and reason, Christian doctrine and classical philosophy. Figures like Peter Abelard, Thomas Aquinas, and William of Ockham developed sophisticated philosophical systems that would dominate European thought for centuries. Their work wasn't purely academic, but had practical implications for law, government, and social organization. The revival of Roman law, particularly through the work of legal scholars at Bologna, provided rulers with new tools for governance. The concept of sovereignty, the idea that ultimate authority resided in the person of the king rather than in custom or consent, challenged traditional feudal arrangements. Kings began to develop professional bureaucracies, staffed by educated clerics and laymen who owed their positions to royal favour rather than inherited status. This centralisation of authority was most successful in England and France, where geography and political circumstances favoured royal power. The Norman conquest of England in 1066 had created a unified kingdom under a single crown, allowing the development of common law and royal administration. The Capetian dynasty in France, through patient accumulation of territory and systematic development of royal institutions, gradually extended its authority from the Île-de-France to encompass most of modern France. The Holy Roman Empire, despite its impressive title and vast territorial extent, remained more fragmented. The elective nature of the imperial title, the power of German princes, and the ongoing conflict with the papacy prevented the development of effective central authority. The investiture controversy, which pitted Emperor Henry IV against Pope Gregory VII over the right to appoint bishops, illustrated the fundamental tension between secular and religious authority that would shape medieval politics. The relationship between church and state remained complex throughout the High Middle Ages. While kings gained in power and authority, the Catholic Church also reached new heights of influence and organization. The Gregorian reform movement of the 11th century centralized papal authority, enforced clerical celibacy, and asserted the independence of the Church from secular control. The establishment of canon law as a separate legal system gave the Church jurisdiction over marriage, inheritance, and moral offences. Monastic reform movements like Cluny and Citeaux revitalized religious life and created networks that transcended political boundaries. The Cistercians, in particular, became pioneers of agricultural improvement and industrial development. Their monasteries served as centers of technological innovation, developing new techniques for metalworking, hydraulics, and agriculture that spread throughout Europe. The emergence of the mendicant orders in the 13th century represented a new form of religious life adapted to urban society. The Franciscans and Dominicans rejected monastic isolation in favor of active engagement with the world. They preached in town squares, taught in universities, and served as papal inquisitors. Their success reflected the changing needs of a society that was becoming increasingly urban and literate. The development of vernacular literature marked another crucial transformation of the High Middle Ages. While Latin remained the language of learning and administration, poets and writers began creating works in the spoken languages of their regions. The Song of Roland celebrated Frankish military values, while the Arthurian romances explored the tensions between Christian morality and aristocratic honor. These works helped create distinct national identities within the broader framework of Christian Europe. The economic expansion of the High Middle Ages reached its culmination in the commercial revolution of the 12th and 13th centuries. Italian merchants pioneered new forms of business organization, including partnerships, joint stock companies, and banking houses. The Medici Bank of Florence extended credit across Europe, while Venetian merchants established trading posts from London to Constantinople. This commercial growth was facilitated by technological innovations like the compass, improved ship design, and new navigational techniques. The development of double-entry bookkeeping allowed more sophisticated financial management, while the introduction of Arabic numerals revolutionized calculation and record-keeping. These seemingly minor improvements had profound effects on European economic development. The agricultural improvements that had begun in the earlier Middle Ages continued throughout this period. The introduction of new crops like beans and peas improved nutrition and soil fertility. Better ploughs, harnesses, and breeding techniques increased agricultural productivity. The growth of markets provided incentives for specialization and improvement, as farmers could sell surplus crops for cash rather than simply subsisting. By the early 13th century, European civilization had achieved a stability and sophistication that would have seemed impossible during the chaos that followed Rome's fall. A network of kingdoms, bound together by feudal obligations, Christian faith, and commercial relationships, stretched from Ireland to Poland, from Scotland to Sicily. The population had grown dramatically, new lands had been brought under cultivation, and cities were flourishing as never before since ancient times. Yet, this achievement was fragile, dependent on continued agricultural surplus, political stability, and the delicate balance between competing authorities. The very success of medieval civilization contained the seeds of its own transformation, as population growth pressed against agricultural limits, commercial development challenged feudal relationships, and intellectual advancement questioned traditional authorities. The High Middle Ages had created a complex, sophisticated society, but one that would face new challenges in the centuries to come. The transformation from the chaos of 476 to the ordered complexity of 1200 represents one of history's most remarkable achievements. In less than 8 centuries, Europeans had rebuilt civilization from the ground up, creating new forms of government, new social relationships, new economic systems, and new cultural expressions. This wasn't simply a restoration of what had been lost, but the creation of something genuinely new, a distinctly medieval synthesis that combined the best elements of its diverse inheritances while developing innovative solutions to the challenges of its time. Solutions to the challenges of its time. The 13th century dawned with Europe transformed beyond recognition from the chaos of 5 centuries earlier. But this medieval renaissance carried within it the seeds of even greater changes that would reshape the continent once again. The very success of feudalism, the triumph of Christian unity, and the prosperity of growing towns created new pressures and possibilities that medieval institutions struggled to contain. Population growth had reached levels not seen since Roman times. Conservative estimates suggest Europe's population doubled between 1000 and 1300, creating unprecedented pressure on agricultural resources. New farming techniques and land clearance had kept pace with growing mouths to feed, but the margins for error were shrinking. Every available acre was under cultivation. Forests that had covered much of Europe since the fall of Rome had been cleared for farmland and fuel. The frontier was closing. This demographic pressure drove Europeans to look beyond their traditional boundaries. The Crusades had opened the door, but now merchants, missionaries, and adventurers pushed further into previously unknown territories. Italian city-states established trading posts in the Black Sea and Eastern Mediterranean. German knights and settlers moved eastward into Poland, Hungary, and the Baltic regions, in what historians call the Ostsiedlung, or Eastern Settlement. The Teutonic Knights, originally founded to fight in the Crusades, redirected their energies toward conquering and converting the pagan tribes of Prussia and Livonia. This wasn't random expansion, but systematic colonization, complete with new towns, churches, and administrative systems. German law and customs spread eastward, creating a cultural bridge between Western and Eastern Europe that would influence the region for centuries. But the most dramatic expansion came in the Iberian Peninsula, where Christian kingdoms had been slowly pushing back against Islamic rule since the 8th century. The Reconquista, as this centuries-long struggle came to be known, accelerated dramatically in the 13th century. The decisive Battle of Las Navas de Tolosa in 1212 broke the back of Almohad resistance, opening Andalusia to Christian conquest. Ferdinand III of Castile captured Córdoba in 1236 and Seville in 1248, reducing the Islamic presence in Spain to the small kingdom of Granada. This wasn't merely military conquest, but cultural transformation. Mosques became churches, Islamic libraries were destroyed or dispersed, and Muslim populations were expelled or forced to convert. The Spain that emerged from the Reconquista would become a unified, aggressively Catholic kingdom ready to export its religious fervour to the New World. The success of these expansion movements reflected the growing power and sophistication of European monarchies. Kings who had struggled to control fractious nobles just a century earlier were now capable of organising complex military campaigns, financing overseas expeditions, and administering distant territories. This transformation didn't happen by accident, but resulted from deliberate efforts to centralise royal authority. Philip Augustus of France pioneered many of the techniques that would define medieval royal government. He created a professional bureaucracy staffed by educated clerks rather than hereditary nobles. He established a central treasury and developed new forms of taxation that didn't depend on feudal obligations. Most importantly, he built a network of royal castles and fortified towns that projected royal power into previously autonomous regions. The construction of the Louvre Palace in Paris symbolized this new royal authority. Originally built as a fortress to defend the city, it evolved into an administrative centre where royal officials managed the complex business of government. Similar royal centres emerged across Europe as kings developed the infrastructure necessary to govern expanding territories. England under Henry II developed perhaps the most sophisticated administrative system in medieval Europe. The Angevin Empire, stretching from Scotland to the Pyrenees, required new forms of organisation to function effectively. Henry's legal reforms created a unified system of royal courts that gradually superseded local and feudal jurisdictions. The development of common law provided a single legal framework for the entire kingdom, while royal judges travelled regular circuits to ensure consistent application of royal justice. These administrative innovations had profound social consequences. The growth of royal bureaucracies created new opportunities for educated men who lacked noble birth. Universities, originally founded to train clergy, began producing graduates who served as royal clerks, judges, and administrators. A new class of professional administrators emerged, men whose loyalty was to the crown rather than to feudal lords. The University of Paris, founded around 1200, became the model for higher education throughout Europe. Its curriculum, based on the trivium of grammar, rhetoric, and logic, and the quadrivium of arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and music, provided the intellectual foundation for medieval culture. The rediscovery of Aristotle's complete works, translated from Arabic sources, revolutionized European thought and provided new tools for understanding the natural world. Thomas Aquinas, working in Paris in the mid-13th century, achieved the greatest synthesis of Christian theology and Aristotelian philosophy in his Summa Theologica. This monumental work didn't simply reconcile faith and reason, but demonstrated that rational inquiry could support and strengthen religious belief. Aquinas showed that the natural world, properly understood through reason, pointed toward the existence of God and supported Christian doctrine. This intellectual revolution had practical consequences for law, government, and social organization. The revival of Roman law provided rulers with sophisticated legal concepts like sovereignty and jurisdiction. Canon law, systematized by Gratian in his Decretum around 1140, gave the Church a comprehensive legal framework that competed with secular authority. The resulting tension between different legal systems created space for innovation and debate that would ultimately strengthen both. The economic foundations of medieval society were also undergoing dramatic transformation. The agricultural surplus that had supported population growth was increasingly channeled into trade and manufacturing. Towns that had begun as simple market centres evolved into manufacturing hubs, where skilled craftsmen produced goods for regional and international markets. The textile industry became particularly important, transforming raw wool from English and Spanish sheep into finished cloth in Flemish and Italian workshops. This wasn't simple cottage industry, but sophisticated manufacturing that required coordination between multiple specialists. Wool merchants, weavers, dyers, and finishers worked together in complex production chains that stretched across Europe. The guild system that emerged to organize this industrial activity represented a new form of economic organization. Unlike feudal relationships based on land tenure, guilds were voluntary associations of craftsmen who shared common interests and expertise. Guild regulations maintained quality standards, controlled prices, and provided social support for members. More importantly, guilds gave artisans and merchants political power that challenged traditional feudal hierarchies. The growth of towns created new forms of government that operated independently of feudal obligations. Town charters granted by kings or lords gave urban communities the right to govern themselves according to their own laws and customs. Town councils, elected by citizens rather than appointed by lords, managed local affairs and defended urban interests against external interference. This urban autonomy reached its highest development in the Italian city-states, where towns like Venice, Genoa, and Florence became independent republics. Venice, in particular, developed a sophisticated republican government that balanced competing interests while maintaining effective decision-making. The Venetian constitution, with its complex system of councils, elections, and term limits, provided a model for republican government that would influence political thought for centuries. The wealth generated by this commercial revolution funded the most spectacular architectural achievements of the medieval period. Gothic cathedrals, with their soaring vaults and walls of coloured glass, represented the pinnacle of medieval engineering and artistry. The construction of these massive buildings required unprecedented coordination of resources, skills, and vision. The Cathedral of Chartres, rebuilt after a fire in 1194, exemplified the Gothic achievement. Its flying buttresses allowed walls to reach new heights while supporting enormous windows that filled the interior with coloured light. The sculptural program on its facades told the entire Christian story in stone, creating a visual encyclopedia for a largely illiterate population. Most remarkably, the entire project was completed in just 26 years, demonstrating the organizational capabilities of medieval society. These cathedrals weren't just religious buildings, but symbols of urban pride and economic power. Towns competed to build the tallest spires, the most elaborate facades, the largest windows. The construction process itself became a form of community devotion, with people from all social classes contributing labour, materials, or money. Master masons developed new techniques and trained new generations of builders, creating a tradition of technological innovation that would influence architecture for centuries. The financing of cathedral construction revealed the sophisticated credit instruments that medieval merchants had developed. Italian banking houses provided loans secured by future tax revenues or trade profits. Letters of credit allowed merchants to conduct business across vast distances without transporting gold or silver. Double-entry bookkeeping provided accurate records of complex transactions involving multiple partners and currencies. The Medici Bank of Florence pioneered many of these innovations, establishing branches throughout Europe that facilitated international trade and finance. Their success demonstrated how financial services could create wealth without producing tangible goods, a concept that challenged traditional notions about the sources of prosperity. The emergence of capitalism, with its emphasis on investment, profit, and market relationships, began to transform medieval economic life. This commercial revolution had profound effects on traditional feudal relationships. Knights who had once been paid with land grants increasingly received money wages instead. This monetization of military service allowed kings to hire professional soldiers rather than depending on feudal obligations. The development of crossbows and later gunpowder weapons reduced the military advantage of heavily armoured cavalry, further undermining the social foundations of feudalism. The rise of professional armies had important political consequences. Kings who could afford to maintain standing forces were less dependent on noble support and more capable of enforcing royal authority. The French monarchy under Philip the Fair demonstrated this new royal power by successfully challenging the papacy during the Avignon controversy and suppressing the wealthy Knights Templar when their resources became attractive to royal finances. The transformation of warfare reflected broader changes in medieval society. The castle, once the symbol of feudal power, was increasingly challenged by new military technologies and tactics. Siege engines improved dramatically during the 12th and 13th centuries, while the development of gunpowder artillery would eventually make traditional fortifications obsolete. The age of the knight was slowly giving way to the age of the professional soldier. Yet even as feudalism evolved and adapted, its cultural influence remained profound. The code of chivalry that had emerged to tame warrior violence became an elaborate system of courtly behaviour that influenced European culture for centuries. Romance literature, beginning with the Arthurian legends and continuing through the works of Chrétien de Troyes and others, created idealized images of knightly virtue that shaped aristocratic values. The concept of courtly love, which elevated romantic passion into a spiritual discipline, transformed relationships between men and women among the nobility. Eleanor of Aquitaine and her court at Poitiers became centres of literary culture that influenced poetry and music throughout Europe. The troubadour tradition that emerged in southern France created new forms of artistic expression that celebrated individual emotion and personal experience. These cultural developments reflected the growing sophistication and confidence of medieval civilization. Europeans were no longer simply preserving classical knowledge, but creating new forms of art, literature, and thought. The emergence of vernacular literature in languages like French, German, English, and Italian demonstrated the vitality of European culture and its independence from classical models. The 13th century also witnessed the culmination of medieval religious culture. The Fourth Lateran Council of 1215 defined Catholic doctrine with unprecedented precision, establishing the doctrine of transubstantiation and requiring annual confession and communion for all Christians. The establishment of the Papal Inquisition provided the Church with new tools for combating heresy and maintaining doctrinal unity. The mendicant orders founded during this period represented a new form of religious life adapted to urban society. The Franciscans, founded by Francis of Assisi, embraced voluntary poverty and preached to common people in language they could understand. The Dominicans, founded by Dominic de Guzman, combined scholarly learning with popular preaching, producing some of the greatest theologians of the medieval period. These new religious orders played crucial roles in the intellectual and cultural life of medieval Europe. Dominican and Franciscan scholars dominated the universities, while their preachers brought Christian teaching to urban populations who might otherwise have been neglected by the Church. Their success reflected the adaptation of medieval Christianity to the changing social conditions of the High Middle Ages. The culmination of medieval achievement came with the reign of Louis IX of France, later canonized as Saint Louis. His reign from 1226 to 1270 represented the perfect synthesis of Christian kingship and effective governance. Louis combined personal piety with administrative efficiency, military success with diplomatic skill, and royal authority with respect for law and custom. Louis's construction of Sainte-Chapelle in Paris to house relics of Christ's Passion symbolized the union of temporal and spiritual authority that characterized medieval kingship at its height. The chapel's walls of colored glass created an earthly vision of the heavenly Jerusalem, while its political symbolism reinforced the sacred nature of royal power. This wasn't mere propaganda, but reflected a genuine belief that earthly kingship should mirror divine authority. The crusade of Louis IX to the Holy Land in 1248 represented both the pinnacle and the beginning of the end of the crusading movement. Though the expedition failed militarily, with Louis himself captured and ransomed, it demonstrated the continued power of religious idealism to motivate political action. Yet the failure also revealed the growing practical limitations of medieval institutions in dealing with distant challenges. By 1270, when Louis died during his Second Crusade in Tunisia, medieval Europe had achieved a level of organization, prosperity, and cultural sophistication that would have amazed the barbarian chieftains who had carved up the Roman Empire 8 centuries earlier. A network of kingdoms bound together by feudal obligations, Christian faith, and commercial relationships stretched from Ireland to Poland, from Scotland to Sicily. The population had grown dramatically, new lands had been brought under cultivation, and cities were flourishing as never before since ancient times. Universities provided higher education, cathedrals reached toward heaven, and scholars had reconciled faith and reason in sophisticated philosophical systems. Trade networks connected European markets with the wider world, while new forms of government balanced royal authority with local autonomy. Yet this achievement was fragile, dependent on continued agricultural surplus, political stability, and the delicate balance between competing authorities. The very success of medieval civilization contained the seeds of its own transformation. Population growth was pressing against agricultural limits. Commercial development was challenging feudal relationships, and intellectual advancement was beginning to question traditional authorities. The Black Death would soon devastate Europe's population. The 100 Years' War would transform military technology and political organization, and the Renaissance would challenge medieval ways of thinking about humanity and the natural world. But these future crises would build upon the solid foundations that medieval Europeans had created from the chaos of Rome's collapse. The transformation from the chaos of 476 to the ordered complexity of 1270 represents one of history's most remarkable achievements. In less than 8 centuries, Europeans had rebuilt civilization from the ground up, creating new forms of government, new social relationships, new economic systems, and new cultural expressions. This wasn't simply a restoration of what had been lost, but the creation of something genuinely new, a distinctly medieval synthesis that would influence European development for centuries to come. For centuries to come. The 14th century arrived like a storm on the horizon, bringing with it challenges that would test every institution medieval Europe had built. The very success of the High Middle Ages had created vulnerabilities that few could have predicted. The population explosion that had driven expansion and prosperity was approaching the limits of what medieval agriculture could support. Every acre of arable land was already under cultivation. The forests that had once seemed endless were now carefully managed resources. The frontier was closing, and with it, the safety valve that had allowed Europe to accommodate its growing numbers. The signs of strain were everywhere for those who knew how to read them. Crop yields, which had steadily increased for 3 centuries, began to level off despite continued improvements in farming techniques. The price of grain, stable for generations, started to fluctuate wildly with each harvest. Poor harvests that might once have caused local hardship now sent ripples of hunger across entire kingdoms. The delicate balance between population and resources was becoming increasingly precarious. Climate change, though medieval people had no name for it, was making matters worse. The medieval warm period, which had blessed Europe with favourable growing conditions since around 950, was giving way to cooler, wetter weather. The Little Ice Age hadn't yet begun in earnest, but its early signs were already visible. Growing seasons shortened, harvests failed more frequently, and the marginal lands that had been brought under cultivation during the population boom became too unreliable to farm profitably. The Great Famine of 1315 to 1322 struck Europe like a biblical plague, revealing just how fragile the prosperity of the High Middle Ages had become. Torrential rains destroyed crops across northern Europe for 7 consecutive years. Wheat rotted in the fields, livestock drowned or starved, and seed grain was consumed out of desperation rather than saved for planting. Contemporary chroniclers described scenes of horror: parents abandoning children they couldn't feed, reports of cannibalism, and entire villages simply disappearing. The social order that had seemed so stable began to crack under this pressure. Peasants who had accepted their position in the feudal hierarchy for generations suddenly questioned why they should continue to provide labour service to lords who couldn't protect them from starvation. Urban workers, facing bread prices that consumed most of their wages, rioted against merchants and guildmasters. The bonds of mutual obligation that held feudal society together were strained to the breaking point. Kings and nobles, themselves struggling with reduced revenues from their devastated lands, found it increasingly difficult to maintain their traditional roles as protectors and providers. The careful balance between royal authority and noble autonomy that had characterized successful medieval monarchies was upset as economic crisis forced rulers to make desperate choices. Some kings tried to solve their financial problems by debasing their currency, leading to inflation that hurt trade and further destabilized society. The Church, which had provided stability and hope during previous crises, found its authority questioned as never before. If God controlled the weather and the harvest, why was he allowing his faithful people to suffer? Popular religious movements, some of them decidedly unorthodox, emerged to offer alternative explanations and solutions. The flagellant movement spread across Europe as believers sought to appease divine wrath through public displays of penance and self-punishment. More troubling for church authorities were movements that questioned fundamental doctrines. The Waldensians, followers of Peter Waldo, rejected the authority of the papal hierarchy and insisted that any believer could preach and administer sacraments. The Cathars, despite brutal persecution during the Albigensian Crusade, maintained underground communities that offered an entirely different understanding of Christianity. These weren't mere theological disputes, but challenges to the entire structure of medieval Christendom. The papal response to these challenges often made matters worse. The Inquisition, originally established to combat heresy in southern France, expanded its operations throughout Europe with increasing brutality. The spectacle of public executions and forced confessions created martyrs for heterodox movements, while demonstrating the Church's growing reliance on secular authority to maintain its spiritual dominance. The papacy itself was entering a period of unprecedented crisis. The Avignon papacy, which began in 1309, when Pope Clement V moved the papal court to France, scandalized many Christians who believed that the successor of St. Peter should reside in Rome. The magnificent palace complex that the popes built in Avignon, with its luxurious apartments and elaborate ceremonies, seemed to contradict the apostolic poverty that many believers expected from their spiritual leaders. Worse was to come. The Western Schism, which began in 1378, split the Catholic Church into competing papal lines based in Rome and Avignon, with a third claimant eventually emerging at Pisa. For nearly 40 years, Christians faced the bewildering spectacle of 2 or even 3 men claiming to be the legitimate successor of St. Peter, each excommunicating the others and their followers. The crisis was finally resolved by the Council of Constance in 1417, but the damage to papal prestige was enormous and lasting. These religious upheavals coincided with equally dramatic changes in the nature of warfare and political authority. The military revolution of the 14th century transformed not just battlefield tactics, but the entire relationship between rulers and subjects. The English victories at Crécy in 1346 and Poitiers in 1356 demonstrated that disciplined infantry armed with longbows could defeat the finest heavy cavalry in Europe. The age of the knight as the dominant military force was ending. The implications went far beyond military technology. Knights had been more than just soldiers. They were the foundation of the entire feudal system. Their military supremacy had justified their social dominance and their control of land and peasants. If common archers could kill knights as easily as knights could kill peasants, what justified the entire hierarchical structure of medieval society? The question would haunt European politics for the next 2 centuries. The rise of professional armies accelerated these changes. Kings who could afford to maintain standing forces of paid soldiers were less dependent on feudal levies and more capable of enforcing royal authority against recalcitrant nobles. The Swiss pikemen who dominated European battlefields in the 14th and 15th centuries weren't knights or nobles, but disciplined infantry drawn from the common population. Their success inspired similar military innovations throughout Europe. The economic costs of these new military technologies were staggering. Gunpowder artillery, which began appearing on European battlefields in the early 14th century, required enormous investments in equipment, ammunition, and skilled personnel. The massive stone-throwing trebuchets that had dominated siege warfare for centuries were gradually replaced by bronze cannons that could breach supposedly impregnable walls. The castello that had symbolized feudal power for centuries were becoming obsolete. These military changes accelerated the centralization of royal power that had begun in the High Middle Ages. Only kings could afford the new technologies of warfare, and their monopoly on effective military force allowed them to challenge traditional feudal privileges. The French monarchy under Philip the Fair had already demonstrated this new royal authority by successfully confronting the papacy and suppressing the Knights Templar. His successors would use similar methods to bring the great feudal lords under royal control. The 100 Years' War, which began in 1337 and continued intermittently until 1453, became a laboratory for these new forms of warfare and governance. The English claim to the French throne, based on complex dynastic relationships that reflected the international character of medieval nobility, triggered a conflict that would transform both kingdoms. What began as a traditional feudal dispute evolved into something approaching modern warfare between emerging nation-states. The war's early phases revealed the military advantages that new technologies could provide. English longbowmen, drawn from the yeomanry rather than the nobility, repeatedly defeated larger French armies dominated by traditional heavy cavalry. The Battle of Agincourt in 1415, where Henry V's outnumbered English force destroyed the flower of French nobility, became a symbol of how military innovation could overcome traditional advantages. But the war's later phases showed how these same technologies could be turned against their original masters. Joan of Arc's victories in the 1420s demonstrated how inspirational leadership could motivate common soldiers to extraordinary achievements. More importantly, her success helped crystallize French national identity around resistance to English occupation. The notion that political loyalty should be based on shared language and culture rather than feudal obligation was beginning to emerge. The development of artillery during the war's final phase gave decisive advantages to whichever side could afford the most and best cannons. The French reconquest of Normandy and Guyenne in the 1440s and 1450s was accomplished largely through systematic siege warfare using the most advanced artillery in Europe. Castle after castle fell to French guns, ending English dreams of a continental empire and demonstrating the obsolescence of traditional fortification. These military changes reflected broader transformations in European society and economy. The commercial revolution of the High Middle Ages had created new sources of wealth that didn't depend on land tenure or feudal obligation. Italian banking houses could finance military campaigns. Flemish textile producers could supply armies with uniforms and equipment. And German metalworkers could manufacture weapons and armor on an unprecedented scale. The growth of cities accelerated during this period despite the agricultural crises that plagued the countryside. Urban populations were less vulnerable to harvest failures because they could import food from distant regions through established trade networks. Cities also offered opportunities for social mobility that didn't exist in the rigid hierarchies of rural feudalism. A successful merchant or master craftsman could achieve wealth and status that rivaled that of minor nobility. The guild system that organized urban economic life became increasingly sophisticated and powerful. Guilds didn't just regulate production and maintain quality standards. They provided social insurance, funded religious activities, and exercised significant political influence. The great guild halls that began appearing in major European cities during this period weren't just meeting places, but symbols of urban pride and economic power. The political autonomy that many cities had achieved during the High Middle Ages expanded significantly during the 14th century. Italian city-states like Florence, Venice, and Genoa operated as independent republics with their own armies, currencies, and diplomatic policies. The Hanseatic League created a network of trading cities around the Baltic and North Seas that functioned almost like a commercial confederation. These urban republics developed forms of government that challenged traditional medieval assumptions about political authority. Venice perfected a republican system that balanced competing interests while maintaining effective decision-making. Florence experimented with various forms of popular government that gave significant power to guild representatives. These weren't democracies in the modern sense, but they demonstrated that political authority could be based on something other than inherited status or divine appointment. The intellectual ferment that accompanied these political and social changes produced new ways of thinking about government, law, and human nature. The rediscovery of Aristotle's Politics provided European thinkers with sophisticated concepts about different forms of government and their relative merits. Thomas Aquinas's synthesis of Christian theology and Aristotelian philosophy created a framework for thinking about the relationship between earthly and divine authority. More radical thinkers began questioning fundamental assumptions about political authority. Marsilius of Padua argued in his Defensa Pacis that political authority derived from the consent of the governed rather than from divine appointment. William of Ockham challenged papal claims to temporal authority and developed theories about individual rights that would influence political thought for centuries. These weren't just abstract philosophical speculations, but responses to real political crises that were reshaping European society. The rise of vernacular literature during this period reflected the growing confidence and distinctiveness of European cultures. Dante's Divine Comedy, written in Italian rather than Latin, created a vision of the afterlife that was both thoroughly Christian and distinctly medieval. Geoffrey Chaucer's Canterbury Tales captured the complexity and diversity of English society with unprecedented realism and humour. These works weren't just entertainment, but expressions of cultural identity that helped define what it meant to be Italian or English or French. The development of vernacular literatures was closely connected to the growth of lay literacy and the emergence of a reading public beyond the clerical elite. The establishment of cathedral schools and later universities had created a class of educated laypeople who wanted books in languages they could understand. The invention of paper manufacturing in Europe, borrowed from Islamic technology, made books cheaper and more widely available. These cultural changes were accompanied by remarkable achievements in art and architecture. The Gothic style reached its fullest expression during this period, with cathedrals like those at Cologne, Milan, and Seville pushing the boundaries of what stone and steel could achieve. The development of new techniques in stained glass, sculpture, and painting created artistic works that combined technical virtuosity with profound spiritual expression. The Black Death, which struck Europe beginning in 1347, revealed both the vulnerabilities and the resilience of the civilization that had emerged from the chaos of Rome's fall. The plague killed perhaps 1/3 of Europe's population, devastating both countryside and cities with unprecedented brutality. Contemporary accounts describe scenes of horror that matched anything from the barbarian invasions. Entire families dead in their homes, cities with too few living to bury the dead, and social order breaking down as traditional authorities proved helpless against the pestilence. Yet medieval society proved remarkably resilient. The institutional framework that had been built over 8 centuries didn't collapse despite the demographic catastrophe. The church continued to function despite losing perhaps half its clergy. Royal governments maintained order despite the death of countless officials. Trade networks restored themselves despite the destruction of countless businesses. The civilization that Europeans had created proved strong enough to survive even this ultimate test. The recovery from the Black Death actually accelerated many of the changes that had been developing since the beginning of the 14th century. The massive population loss created labor shortages that increased wages and gave peasants new bargaining power with their lords. The traditional bonds of serfdom weakened as lords competed for scarce workers. Urban artisans found themselves in greater demand and able to command higher prices for their goods. These economic changes had profound social and political consequences. The English Peasants' Revolt of 1381 and similar uprisings elsewhere demonstrated that common people were no longer willing to accept their traditional subordination without question. The famous phrase from the English Revolt, "When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman?" challenged the entire hierarchical structure of medieval society. The Church's response to these challenges led to the most significant religious developments since the Great Schism. The conciliar movement, which emerged during the early 15th century, argued that ultimate authority in the Church resided in general councils rather than the papal monarchy. The Council of Constance not only ended the Western Schism, but also condemned the teachings of Jan Hus and other reformers who challenged traditional doctrines. Yet these efforts to restore traditional authority couldn't completely contain the forces that were transforming European society. The printing press, invented by Johannes Gutenberg around 1450, would revolutionize the spread of information and ideas. The exploration voyages that began in the late 15th century would bring Europeans into contact with previously unknown civilizations and create new forms of wealth that didn't depend on traditional European hierarchies. The Renaissance, which emerged first in Italian cities during the 14th century, represented both the culmination of medieval achievement and the beginning of something new. Renaissance thinkers didn't reject the medieval past but built upon it, while developing new ways of understanding human potential and achievement. The humanism that characterized Renaissance thought owed as much to medieval scholasticism as to classical antiquity. By 1450, Europe had been transformed beyond recognition from the chaos that had followed Rome's collapse. A network of kingdoms, city-states, and other political entities stretched across the continent, bound together by trade, diplomacy, and shared cultural traditions. The population, despite the devastation of the Black Death, was beginning to recover and would soon reach new heights. New technologies in warfare, agriculture, and manufacturing were creating unprecedented possibilities for further development. The institutions that had emerged from the medieval synthesis, feudalism, the Catholic Church, royal monarchy, and urban autonomy, were all evolving in response to new challenges and opportunities. None would survive unchanged into the modern era, but all had contributed essential elements to the European civilization that was emerging. The chaos that had followed Rome's fall had been transformed into a new kind of order, one that would prove capable of expansion across the globe, an adaptation to circumstances that medieval people could never have imagined. The rise of medieval Europe from the ashes of Roman collapse represents one of history's most remarkable transformations. What began in chaos and devastation had become, by the 15th century, a complex, sophisticated civilization capable of remarkable achievements in art, thought, technology, and governance. The barbarian kingdoms that had carved up the Roman Empire had evolved into sophisticated monarchies. The struggling Christian communities of the early medieval period had created a unified religious culture that spanned the continent. The scattered towns and villages that had survived Rome's fall had grown into thriving cities that rivaled anything the ancient world had produced. This transformation wasn't the result of a single brilliant insight or a fortunate accident of geography. It was the product of centuries of adaptation, innovation, and synthesis as Europeans combined the best elements of their Roman, Germanic, and Christian inheritances while developing new solutions to unprecedented challenges. The medieval synthesis that emerged from this process would provide the foundation for all subsequent European development, from the Renaissance through the Enlightenment to the modern world. The journey from chaos to kingdoms was complete, but the story was far from over. The Europe that emerged from the Middle Ages would face new challenges and opportunities that would test the resilience and adaptability of the institutions and cultures that medieval people had created. But those are stories for another time, other chapters in the long history of European civilization. For now, it's enough to marvel at what had been accomplished. The transformation of a continent from the ruins of ancient empire to the foundations of the modern world. The transformation was far from complete, and the challenges that would define the later medieval period were already taking shape. As Europe entered what historians call the High Middle Ages around 1000, the foundations laid by Charlemagne and his successors faced new tests that would either strengthen or shatter the emerging civilization. The first great challenge came from the sea. Beginning in the late 8th century, sleek vessels with dragon-headed prows began appearing along European coastlines, bringing terror and devastation that would reshape the continent's political landscape. The Vikings, driven by population pressure in Scandinavia and the lure of wealthy monasteries, launched raids that penetrated deep into the European heartland. Their shallow draft longships could navigate rivers as easily as open seas, carrying warriors hundreds of miles inland to strike at targets that had never imagined seaborne threats. The attack on Lindisfarne Monastery in 793 shocked the Christian world. Here was one of Europe's most sacred sites, home to the monks who had preserved learning through the darkest centuries, reduced to smoking ruins by pagan raiders. The Northmen, as they came to be called, seemed to strike without warning and vanish before organized resistance could respond. Paris was besieged in 845. Hamburg fell in 880. Even distant Seville felt the bite of Viking axes. But the Vikings weren't merely destroyers. Their society was sophisticated, with complex trade networks stretching from Greenland to Constantinople. Swedish Vikings established trading posts along Russian rivers, founding cities like Novgorod and Kiev that would become the nuclei of future kingdoms. Norwegian Vikings settled Iceland and reached North America centuries before Columbus. Danish Vikings carved out kingdoms in England and northern France. The most significant Viking settlement came in 911, when the French king Charles the Simple granted the Viking leader Rollo territory around Rouen. This became the Duchy of Normandy, where Scandinavian warriors rapidly adopted French culture and Catholic Christianity, while retaining their martial prowess. Within 2 centuries, these Normans would conquer England, establish kingdoms in southern Italy and Sicily, and provide some of the most effective leaders of the crusading movement. From the east came another wave of nomadic invaders. The Magyars, mounted archers from the Asian steppes, terrorized Central Europe throughout the early 10th century. Like the Huns before them, they fought as cavalry, striking fast and disappearing before organized resistance could form. Their raids penetrated as far west as the Atlantic and as far south as Rome, leaving a trail of devastation that recalled the worst days of the barbarian invasions. The decisive moment came at the Battle of Lechfeld in 955, where Otto I of Germany crushed a massive Magyar army and ended their threat forever. The survivors settled in what became Hungary, gradually converting to Christianity and joining the European community. Their transformation from nomadic raiders to Christian kingdom exemplified Europe's remarkable capacity for absorbing and civilizing its conquerors. From the south, Saracen pirates harassed Mediterranean coastlines and Alpine passes. These raiders, operating from bases in North Africa and the islands of the Western Mediterranean, disrupted trade and forced coastal populations inland. Their attacks accelerated the ruralization of European society and contributed to the decline of urban life that characterized the early medieval period. Yet each of these challenges ultimately strengthened Europe by forcing innovation and adaptation. The response to Viking, Magyar, and Saracen raids was the development of new forms of military organization and defensive architecture. Local strongmen built fortified positions on hilltops and strategic river crossings, offering protection to surrounding populations in exchange for service and support. These early castles were simple affairs, wooden towers surrounded by earthen ramparts and wooden palisades. The motte and bailey design, with its artificial hill topped by a keep and surrounded by an enclosed courtyard, could be built quickly and defended by a small garrison. As threats intensified and resources increased, these evolved into massive stone fortresses that dominated the landscape and symbolized the new military elite. The warrior class that emerged from this militarization became known as knights, from the Germanic word meaning servant. But these weren't humble servants. They were mounted warriors, heavily armored and extensively trained, who formed the military elite of medieval society. The introduction of the stirrup, borrowed from Asian nomads, revolutionized warfare by giving mounted warriors unprecedented stability and striking power. The process of becoming a knight evolved into an elaborate system combining military training with social education. A young nobleman might serve as a page in another lord's household, learning basic skills and court etiquette. At 14, he became a squire, caring for his lord's equipment and learning weapons and horsemanship. Finally, in a ceremony that combined Germanic warrior traditions with Christian blessing, he would be dubbed a knight, swearing oaths of loyalty and service. This system created networks of personal obligation that transcended political boundaries. A knight might hold lands from multiple lords, creating complex webs of loyalty that both strengthened and complicated medieval governance. The ceremony of homage, where a vassal knelt before his lord and placed his hands between his lord's hands while swearing fealty, became the fundamental relationship of feudal society. The church played a crucial role in taming and directing this warrior culture. The Peace of God movement, beginning in the late 10th century, sought to limit warfare by declaring certain people, places, and times sacred and off-limits to violence. Churches, monasteries, pilgrims, and non-combatants were placed under divine protection. The Truce of God extended this by prohibiting warfare during religious seasons and on certain days of the week. More significantly, the Church began channeling military aggression toward acceptable targets. The concept of just war, developed by St. Augustine and refined by medieval theologians, provided religious justification for violence in defense of the faith. This ideology would eventually culminate in the Crusades, but its immediate effect was to legitimize the warrior class within Christian society while imposing moral restraints on their behavior. The economic foundations of this new social order were equally revolutionary. Land became the basis of all wealth and power, granted in return for military service through a system of feudal tenure. A vassal received a fief, usually consisting of agricultural estates worked by peasants, and in return owed his lord military service, typically 40 days per year during peacetime and unlimited service in times of crisis. The peasants who worked these lands occupied a complex legal position between slavery and freedom. Serfdom bound them to the land and to their lord, who provided protection, justice, and the tools necessary for farming. Serfs couldn't leave their lord's estate without permission, but neither could they be arbitrarily expelled or sold separately from the land. They owed labor service, typically 3 days per week on the lord's domain land, plus various payments and obligations. This system, however restrictive it seems today, provided security and stability in an uncertain world. The manor became a self-sufficient economic unit where everything necessary for daily life was produced locally. The lord's hall, the village church, the mill, the blacksmith's forge, and the peasant cottages formed a community that could survive even when outside trade collapsed. Agricultural innovation drove the economic revival that supported this complex social system. The heavy plough, capable of turning the dense soils of northern Europe, opened vast new areas to cultivation. The three-field system, which rotated crops and left 1/3 of land fallow each year, increased yields while maintaining soil fertility. The horse collar and improved harnesses allowed more efficient use of animal power. Watermills and windmills multiplied human labor, grinding grain, fulling cloth, and powering various industrial processes. These technological improvements, combined with the security provided by feudal organization, supported steady population growth that would continue for 3 centuries. The Dark Ages were ending, and Europe was entering a period of expansion and prosperity. The political fragmentation that followed Charlemagne's empire actually accelerated these developments by creating competition between rival kingdoms. The Treaty of Verdun in 843 had divided the Carolingian Empire among Charlemagne's grandsons, creating the basic political divisions that would define Europe for centuries. The Western Kingdom became France, the Eastern Kingdom became Germany, and the Middle Kingdom, stretching from the North Sea to Italy, became a contested borderland. This division forced each kingdom to develop its own institutions and identity. The French monarchy, faced with powerful dukes and counts who ruled vast territories with minimal royal oversight, began developing new techniques of governance that would eventually create one of Europe's most centralized states. The German kings, elected by their nobles rather than inheriting by primogeniture, faced different challenges that led to the creation of the Holy Roman Empire. The most successful adaptation of Carolingian traditions occurred in England, where the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms had been unified under Alfred the Great and his successors. The English developed a sophisticated system of local government based on shires and hundreds, with royal officials called sheriffs enforcing royal authority throughout the kingdom. This administrative system would prove crucial when the Normans conquered England in 1066 and needed to govern their new territory effectively. The Norman conquest itself exemplified the new military and political realities of the High Middle Ages. Duke William of Normandy's victory at the Battle of Hastings in 1066 wasn't just another barbarian raid, but a carefully planned conquest that combined superior military technology with legal justification. William claimed the English throne by right of inheritance and papal blessing, demonstrating how medieval rulers had learned to use both force and legitimacy to achieve their goals. The conquest transformed both England and Normandy by creating a cross-channel empire that would influence European politics for centuries. Norman administrative techniques, combined with Anglo-Saxon traditions, created the most effective royal government in medieval Europe. The Domesday Book, a comprehensive survey of English landholding completed in 1086, demonstrated the new regime's administrative capabilities and provided the foundation for efficient taxation and governance. Similar transformations were occurring throughout Europe as local strongmen consolidated their power and developed more sophisticated forms of governance. The emergence of territorial principalities in France, the strengthening of royal authority in England, and the creation of new kingdoms in Eastern Europe all reflected the adaptation of Carolingian models to local conditions. The revival of urban life marked another crucial development of the High Middle Ages. Towns that had withered during the centuries following Rome's collapse began to grow again as agricultural surpluses supported specialized craftsmen and merchants. New towns sprang up around castles, monasteries, and strategic river crossings, their growth reflecting the increasing prosperity and security of European society. The development of markets and fairs facilitated trade over increasingly long distances. The famous fairs of Champagne became international meeting places where merchants from Italy, Flanders, England, and Germany exchanged goods, ideas, and techniques. These commercial gatherings weren't just economic events, but cultural exchanges that helped spread innovations throughout Europe. Urban growth created new social classes that didn't fit traditional feudal categories. Merchants and artisans were neither noble nor peasant, neither warrior nor cleric. They developed their own institutions, laws, and culture that challenged traditional hierarchies. Town charters granted by kings or lords gave urban communities significant autonomy, including the right to govern themselves, maintain their own courts, and defend their own walls. The guild system that emerged to organize urban economic life represented a new form of social organization. Unlike feudal relationships based on land tenure and personal loyalty, guilds were voluntary associations of craftsmen who shared common interests and expertise. Guild regulations maintained quality standards, controlled prices, and provided social support for members. More importantly, guilds gave artisans and merchants political power that challenged traditional feudal hierarchies. The architectural revolution of the High Middle Ages reflected this urban revival and the broader cultural confidence of European civilization. The development of Romanesque architecture in the 11th century marked the first distinctive European architectural style since the fall of Rome. Massive stone churches with thick walls, small windows, and barrel vaults expressed the solidity and permanence of the new Christian civilization. The Gothic style that emerged in the 12th century pushed architectural possibilities even further. The innovations developed at Saint-Denis and other French cathedrals, pointed arches, flying buttresses, and ribbed vaults, allowed builders to create structures of unprecedented height and lightness. Gothic cathedrals weren't just religious buildings, but symbols of urban pride and technical achievement. The Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris, begun in 1163, exemplified the Gothic achievement. Its soaring nave, vast rose windows, and forest of flying buttresses created an earthly vision of the heavenly Jerusalem, while demonstrating the engineering capabilities of medieval builders. The construction process required unprecedented coordination of resources, skills, and vision, involving hundreds of craftsmen over nearly 2 centuries. These great building projects reflected the economic prosperity and organizational capabilities of high medieval society. The financing of cathedral construction revealed sophisticated credit instruments that medieval merchants and bankers had developed. Guilds competed to sponsor chapels and windows, while wealthy individuals endowed altars and tombs. The entire community participated in these projects, creating monuments that expressed both religious devotion and civic pride. The intellectual revival that accompanied these material achievements was equally impressive. The establishment of cathedral schools and later universities marked the beginning of systematic higher education in Europe. The University of Bologna, founded around 1088 for the study of law, became the model for similar institutions throughout Europe. Paris became renowned for theology, Salerno for medicine, and Oxford for the liberal arts. The rediscovery of Aristotle's complete works, transmitted through Arabic translations and commentaries, revolutionized European thought. Scholars like Peter Abelard, Albertus Magnus, and Thomas Aquinas developed sophisticated philosophical systems that reconciled classical learning with Christian doctrine. The Summa Theologica of Aquinas represented the pinnacle of medieval intellectual achievement, demonstrating that reason and faith could work together to understand divine and natural truth. This scholastic method, with its emphasis on logical argumentation and systematic analysis, influenced far more than theology. Legal scholars applied similar techniques to Roman and canon law, creating comprehensive legal systems that governed both secular and religious affairs. Natural philosophers used Aristotelian methods to investigate the physical world, laying foundations for the scientific revolution that would come centuries later. The cultural achievements of the High Middle Ages extended beyond formal learning to literature, music, and art. The emergence of vernacular literature marked a crucial development in European cultural identity. The Song of Roland celebrated Frankish military values, while Arthurian romances explored the tensions between Christian morality and aristocratic honor. These works weren't just entertainment, but expressions of cultural values that helped define what it meant to be French, or English, or German. The development of polyphonic music transformed religious and secular culture. The School of Notre Dame in Paris pioneered new techniques of musical composition that created unprecedented complexity and beauty in liturgical music. Troubadour poetry in southern France celebrated courtly love and individual emotion in ways that influenced European culture for centuries. By 1100, the transformation of Europe from post-Roman chaos to medieval civilization was essentially complete. The continent was covered by a network of kingdoms, principalities, and city-states bound together by feudal obligations, commercial relationships, and shared Christian culture. The population had grown dramatically. New lands had been brought under cultivation, and towns were flourishing as never before since Roman times. The institutional framework that would define medieval Europe for the next 3 centuries was firmly in place. Feudalism provided military security and social organization. The Catholic Church offered spiritual guidance and cultural unity. Royal monarchies were developing the administrative capabilities necessary to govern complex territorial states. Urban communities were creating new forms of economic and political organization. Yet this achievement was fragile, dependent on continued agricultural prosperity, political stability, and the delicate balance between competing authorities. The very success of high medieval civilization would create new challenges and opportunities. Population growth would press against agricultural limits. Commercial development would challenge feudal relationships. Intellectual advancement would question traditional authorities. The Crusades, which would begin in 1095 with Pope Urban II's call for holy war against Islam, would test the unity and capabilities of this medieval synthesis. These expeditions to the Holy Land would demonstrate European military effectiveness while exposing Europeans to new ideas and technologies from the Islamic world and Byzantine Empire. They would strengthen papal authority while accelerating the development of royal power. They would unite Europeans behind a common cause while revealing the limitations of medieval institutions. But for now, as the 11th century drew to a close, Europeans could look back with satisfaction on what they had accomplished. From the ashes of Roman collapse, they had created a new civilization that combined the best elements of their diverse inheritances. Germanic military traditions, Roman administrative practices, and Christian religious authority had been synthesized into something genuinely new and distinctively European. The journey from chaos to kingdoms was nearing completion, but the story was far from over. The Europe that had emerged from the crucible of the early Middle Ages would face new challenges and opportunities that would test every institution and assumption of medieval civilization. The High Middle Ages would bring unprecedented prosperity and cultural achievement, but also new forms of conflict and crisis that would ultimately transform the medieval world once again. The foundations had been laid with remarkable skill and determination by generations of Europeans who had refused to accept that civilization's collapse was permanent. They had rebuilt from ruins, adapted to new circumstances, and created institutions capable of governing complex societies. Their achievement would influence European development for centuries to come, providing the bedrock upon which all subsequent cultural, political, and economic development would rest. The transformation from chaos to kingdoms represented one of history's most remarkable recoveries, a testament to human resilience and adaptability in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges. Medieval Europe had risen from the ashes of antiquity to create something new, something that would shape the future of European civilization and eventually the wider world. The wider world. The dawn of the 12th century brought with it a confidence that would have seemed impossible during the darkest years following Rome's collapse. Europe had not merely survived the chaos, it had transformed that chaos into something unprecedented. The scattered kingdoms, growing towns, and soaring cathedrals bore witness to a civilization that had found its footing and was ready to expand beyond its traditional boundaries. The call that would define this new confidence came from an unlikely source. Pope Urban II, addressing the Council of Clermont in November 1095, delivered a speech that would echo across centuries. He spoke of Christian brothers in the East suffering under Muslim rule, of the holy places where Christ had walked being defiled by infidels. His words weren't just a religious appeal, they were a summons to a generation of knights who had spent their lives fighting each other to instead fight for a common cause. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Nobles throughout France took up the cross, literally sewing crosses onto their clothing as symbols of their vow to liberate Jerusalem. This wasn't just pious enthusiasm, it was the expression of a society that had finally achieved the confidence to project its power beyond its own borders. The same military innovations that had ended Viking and Magyar raids could now be turned toward conquering distant lands. The First Crusade, launched in 1096, demonstrated just how far European military capabilities had advanced. 4 separate armies converged on Constantinople, representing the flower of Western knighthood. Godfrey of Bouillon led forces from Lotharingia. Bohemond commanded Norman knights from southern Italy. Raymond of Toulouse brought warriors from southern France, and Hugh of Vermandois represented the French royal house. These weren't the disorganized barbarian war bands that had once terrorized the dying Roman Empire. They were disciplined armies with sophisticated logistics, siege equipment, and tactical coordination. The heavy cavalry that had emerged from feudal military service proved devastatingly effective against the lighter forces they encountered in Anatolia and the Levant. The capture of Antioch in 1098 after a grueling 8-month siege demonstrated both the strengths and limitations of crusading warfare. European knights excelled in open battle and could eventually reduce even the strongest fortifications, but they struggled with the climate, disease, and supply problems of campaigning in unfamiliar territory. Yet they persevered, driven by a combination of religious fervor and military pride that sustained them through incredible hardships. The fall of Jerusalem on July 15, 1099, marked the culmination of 3 years of campaigning that had carried European arms further from home than ever before. The massacre that followed, while horrifying by modern standards, was typical of medieval siege warfare. and demonstrated the religious passion that motivated the Crusaders. They believed they were reclaiming Christ's patrimony and avenging centuries of Muslim conquest. More importantly, the success of the First Crusade established 4 Crusader states in the Eastern Mediterranean that would endure for nearly 2 centuries. The Kingdom of Jerusalem, the Principality of Antioch, the County of Edessa, and the County of Tripoli became laboratories for European expansion and cultural exchange. These weren't merely military outposts, but functioning medieval states complete with feudal hierarchies, legal systems, and administrative structures. The military orders that emerged to defend these conquests represented a revolutionary fusion of monastic and warrior ideals. The Knights Templar, founded around 1118, combined religious vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience with military service in the Holy Land. The Knights Hospitaller evolved from a charitable organization caring for pilgrims into a military force rivaling any secular army. These orders weren't just fighting units, but international organizations with properties and resources throughout Europe. The Templars developed sophisticated banking networks that facilitated trade and pilgrimage across vast distances. Their commanderies dotted the European landscape, managing agricultural estates that funded their military activities in the East. The Crusades profoundly affected European development in ways that extended far beyond their stated religious objectives. The massive logistical requirements of transporting and supplying crusading armies stimulated trade and technological innovation. Italian city-states like Venice, Genoa, and Pisa grew wealthy, providing ships and supplies, developing maritime technologies that would later enable global exploration. The exposure to Islamic and Byzantine civilization introduced Europeans to new ideas, technologies, and luxury goods. Returning Crusaders brought back knowledge of advanced agricultural techniques, architectural innovations, and scholarly works that had been lost in the West, but preserved in Arabic translations. The universities that emerged during this period owed much to the Islamic tradition of higher learning that Crusaders encountered. Perhaps most significantly, the Crusades accelerated the centralization of royal power that had been developing since Charlemagne's time. Kings who successfully led crusades gained enormous prestige and resources that allowed them to strengthen their authority over fractious nobles. The French monarchy, in particular, used crusading ideology to expand royal control and territorial unity. Louis VII of France's participation in the Second Crusade, though militarily unsuccessful, enhanced royal prestige and demonstrated the king's role as the leader of French Christendom. His successor, Philip Augustus, would use similar techniques to expand royal authority throughout France while participating in the Third Crusade, alongside Richard the Lionheart of England and Frederick Barbarossa of the Holy Roman Empire. The economic foundations that supported these military adventures reflected the prosperity that Europe had achieved by the 12th century. Agricultural improvements continued to increase yields and support population growth. The three-field system became standard throughout Northern Europe, while new crops like legumes improved both nutrition and soil fertility. The heavy plough and improved harnesses maximized the efficiency of animal power. Watermills proliferated throughout the European countryside, grinding grain, fulling cloth, and powering various industrial processes. By 1200, thousands of mills dotted European rivers, representing a level of technological sophistication that surpassed anything achieved in the classical world. These installations weren't just labor-saving devices, but symbols of a society that had learned to harness natural forces for productive purposes. The population explosion that resulted from these agricultural advances created unprecedented demand for manufactured goods and services. Rural craftsmen who had once served only local needs began producing for regional and international markets. Specialized production centers emerged, with particular regions becoming known for specific products. Flanders became renowned for its textiles, the Rhineland for metalwork, and northern Italy for luxury goods. This economic transformation drove the most dramatic urban revival since the fall of Rome. Towns that had survived the early medieval period as administrative or religious centres began growing rapidly as commercial hubs. New settlements appeared at strategic locations along trade routes, river crossings, and coastal harbours. By 1200, urban populations throughout Europe were approaching levels not seen since the height of the Roman Empire. The legal framework that governed these growing towns reflected the unique position of urban communities within feudal society. Town charters granted by kings or lords established the rights and privileges of urban inhabitants, typically including freedom from serfdom, the right to hold markets, and various forms of self-government. These charters weren't just legal documents, but symbols of urban independence and prosperity. The guild system that organized urban economic life became increasingly sophisticated and powerful. Craft guilds regulated production techniques, maintained quality standards, and controlled access to particular trades. Merchant guilds managed long-distance trade and often dominated town governments. These organizations provided social insurance for their members, while exercising significant political influence. The great guild halls that began appearing in major European cities weren't just meeting places, but architectural expressions of urban pride and economic power. The Cloth Hall in Ypres, the Palazzo del Comune in Siena, and similar buildings throughout Europe demonstrated that urban wealth could rival that of traditional feudal elites. These structures housed not just commercial activities, but courts, councils, and ceremonies that expressed urban identity. The architectural revolution that transformed the European landscape during this period reflected both economic prosperity and spiritual confidence. The Gothic style that emerged in northern France around 1140 represented a complete break with previous architectural traditions. The innovations pioneered at Saint-Denis and perfected at Chartres, Notre-Dame, and Amiens created buildings of unprecedented height, light, and structural daring. These cathedrals weren't just religious buildings, but community projects that engaged entire populations in their construction. The financing required donations from all social classes, while the building process employed hundreds of craftsmen over decades or even centuries. Master masons developed new techniques and trained generations of workers, creating a tradition of architectural innovation that spread throughout Europe. The Cathedral of Chartres, rebuilt after a fire in 1194, exemplified the Gothic achievement. Its flying buttresses allowed walls to reach extraordinary heights, while supporting vast windows filled with coloured glass. The sculptural program on its facades told the entire Christian story in stone, while its interior created an earthly vision of the heavenly Jerusalem. Most remarkably, this masterpiece was completed in just 26 years, demonstrating the organizational capabilities of medieval society. The intellectual ferment that accompanied these material achievements produced the most sophisticated philosophical and theological systems since antiquity. The University of Paris, emerging from the Cathedral School of Notre Dame, became the intellectual center of medieval Europe. Scholars from across the continent gathered to study theology, philosophy, and the liberal arts under masters whose reputations attracted students by the thousands. Peter Abelard, teaching in Paris in the early 12th century, revolutionized medieval thought through his dialectical method and personal charisma. His tragic romance with Heloise became legendary, but his intellectual contributions were more lasting. His work Sic et Non presented conflicting authorities on theological questions, forcing students to use reason to reconcile apparent contradictions. The arrival of Aristotle's complete works in Latin translation during the 12th century created both opportunities and crises for Christian thinkers. Aristotelian philosophy offered powerful tools for understanding the natural world, but some of its conclusions seemed to contradict Christian doctrine. The challenge of reconciling faith and reason would dominate medieval intellectual life for the next century. Thomas Aquinas, working in Paris in the mid-13th century, achieved the most successful synthesis of Christian theology and Aristotelian philosophy in his monumental Summa Theologica. This work didn't simply reconcile competing authorities, but demonstrated that rational inquiry could support and strengthen religious belief. Aquinas showed that the natural world, properly understood through reason, pointed toward the existence of God and supported Christian doctrine. The legal revolution that paralleled these philosophical developments provided European rulers with new tools for governance and administration. The revival of Roman law, particularly through the work of scholars at Bologna, offered sophisticated concepts of sovereignty, jurisdiction, and legal procedure that challenged traditional feudal arrangements. Canon law, systematized in Gratian's Decretum around 1140, gave the Church a comprehensive legal framework that competed with secular authority. The resulting tension between different legal systems created space for innovation and debate, while strengthening both ecclesiastical and royal institutions. Legal professionals trained in these systems formed a new class of administrators who owed their positions to education rather than birth. The economic innovations that supported this intellectual and cultural flowering demonstrated how thoroughly European society had adapted to commercial realities. Italian banking houses pioneered new forms of credit that facilitated long-distance trade. The Medici Bank of Florence, with branches throughout Europe, provided financial services that enabled merchants to conduct business across vast distances without transporting precious metals. Double-entry bookkeeping, borrowed from Islamic commercial practices, allowed more sophisticated financial management and business planning. Letters of credit and bills of exchange reduced the risks of long-distance trade while enabling the accumulation of capital on an unprecedented scale. These financial instruments weren't just business tools, but foundations for the commercial revolution that was transforming European society. The transformation of warfare during this period reflected broader changes in technology, economics, and social organization. The crossbow, despite papal prohibitions against its use among Christians, became increasingly common as its effectiveness against armored knights became apparent. Siege warfare evolved dramatically as engineers developed more powerful catapults and, by the late 13th century, began experimenting with gunpowder weapons. The castle architecture that dominated the European landscape evolved in response to these military innovations. The simple motte and bailey designs of the early feudal period gave way to sophisticated stone fortifications with multiple defensive lines. Edward I's castles in Wales, built in the late 13th century, represented the pinnacle of medieval military architecture, combining innovative design with overwhelming scale. Yet, the most significant military development was the emergence of professional armies that supplemented or replaced feudal levies. Kings who could afford to maintain standing forces gained decisive advantages over rivals who depended on traditional feudal obligations. The Swiss pikemen who dominated European battlefields by 1300 weren't knights or nobles, but disciplined infantry drawn from urban and rural populations. The political implications of these military changes were profound. The feudal system that had provided stability and organization during the post-Carolingian period was gradually being superseded by more centralized forms of government. Royal bureaucracies staffed by educated professionals began replacing the personal relationships that had characterized early medieval governance. The English monarchy under Henry II developed perhaps the most sophisticated administrative system in medieval Europe. The Angevin Empire, stretching from Scotland to the Pyrenees, required new forms of organization to function effectively. Royal courts, with standardized procedures, gradually superseded local and feudal jurisdictions, while royal officials traveled regular circuits to ensure consistent application of royal justice. The French monarchy achieved similar centralization through different methods. Philip Augustus and his successors systematically expanded royal territory while developing new forms of taxation that didn't depend on feudal obligations. The establishment of professional bailiffs and seneschals created a royal administration that could function independently of noble cooperation. Even the fragmented Holy Roman Empire witnessed attempts at administrative reform. Frederick II, ruling from Sicily in the mid-13th century, developed sophisticated governmental structures that combined Norman administrative traditions with Islamic and Byzantine influences. His legal code, the Constitutions of Melfi, created a centralized state that prefigured later developments in royal power. The Church's response to these political changes led to the most dramatic assertion of papal authority in medieval history. Pope Innocent III, reigning from 1198 to 1216, claimed not just spiritual, but temporal supremacy over all Christian rulers. His successful interventions in English, French, and imperial politics demonstrated the international reach of papal power at its zenith. The Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, convened by Innocent III, defined Catholic doctrine with unprecedented precision while establishing new standards for Christian life. The requirement for annual confession and communion brought ordinary believers into closer contact with clerical authority, while the doctrine of transubstantiation provided a sophisticated theological framework for the central Christian sacrament. The mendicant orders founded during this period represented a new form of religious life adapted to urban society. The Franciscans, following the example of Francis of Assisi, embraced voluntary poverty while preaching to common people in language they could understand. The Dominicans combined scholarly learning with popular preaching, producing some of the greatest theologians and philosophers of the medieval period. These orders weren't just religious organizations, but international networks that transcended political boundaries. Franciscan and Dominican houses dotted the European landscape, providing education, charity, and spiritual guidance while maintaining connections that spanned the continent. Their success reflected the adaptation of medieval Christianity to the changing social conditions of the High Middle Ages. The vernacular literature that emerged during this period expressed the growing confidence and cultural sophistication of European society. The Arthurian romances of Chrétien de Troyes created idealized images of knightly virtue that influenced aristocratic culture throughout Europe. The concept of courtly love transformed relationships between men and women while providing new models for artistic expression. The epic poems that celebrated national heroes reflected the emergence of distinct cultural identities within the broader framework of Christian Europe. The Song of Roland glorified Frankish military values, while the Nibelungenlied expressed Germanic heroic traditions. These works weren't just entertainment, but expressions of cultural memory that helped define what it meant to be French or German or English. The rise of vernacular literature paralleled the growth of lay literacy and the emergence of a reading public beyond the clerical elite. The establishment of cathedral schools and universities had created a class of educated laypeople who wanted books in languages they could understand. The development of paper manufacturing, borrowed from Islamic technology, made books cheaper and more widely available. By 1250, European civilization had achieved a level of sophistication and prosperity that would have amazed the barbarian chieftains who had carved up the Roman Empire 8 centuries earlier. The population had grown to unprecedented levels, supported by agricultural innovations and expanded cultivation. Cities flourished as centers of trade, manufacturing, and culture. Magnificent cathedrals reached toward heaven, while royal palaces expressed earthly power and authority. The institutional framework that governed this complex society represented a successful synthesis of diverse traditions. Feudalism provided military organization and local governance. The Catholic Church offered spiritual unity and intellectual leadership. Royal monarchies developed the administrative capabilities necessary to govern territorial states. Urban communities created new forms of economic and political organization that challenged traditional hierarchies. Yet this achievement remained fragile, dependent on continued prosperity, political stability, and the delicate balance between competing authorities. The very success of medieval civilization created pressures that would eventually transform it once again. Population growth was approaching the limits of agricultural capacity. Commercial development was challenging feudal relationships. Intellectual advancement was beginning to question traditional authorities. The Mongol invasions that devastated Eastern Europe in the 1240s provided a glimpse of how quickly medieval achievements could be threatened. The destruction of Kiev and the defeat of Hungarian and Polish armies demonstrated that European military superiority wasn't absolute. Only the death of the great Khan Ogedai in 1241 saved Western Europe from invasion by the most effective military machine the world had ever seen. Climate change, though medieval people had no name for it, was also beginning to affect European prosperity. The medieval warm period that had blessed agriculture for 3 centuries was giving way to cooler, wetter conditions. The Little Ice Age hadn't yet begun in earnest, but its early signs were already creating problems for farmers who had expanded cultivation into marginal lands. Economic pressures were also mounting as the easy gains from agricultural expansion reached their limits. Virtually all suitable land was already under cultivation, and further population growth would require either technological breakthroughs or territorial expansion. The Crusades had provided one outlet for surplus population, but their costs increasingly outweighed their benefits. Social tensions were becoming apparent as the rigid hierarchies of feudal society struggled to accommodate new forms of wealth and power. Successful merchants could achieve riches that rivaled those of traditional nobles, while urban craftsmen developed skills and knowledge that challenged aristocratic pretensions to superiority. The guild system provided new forms of social organization that competed with feudal loyalties. Intellectual developments were also creating challenges for traditional authorities. The recovery of classical learning and the influence of Islamic scholarship introduced ideas that didn't always fit comfortably with Christian doctrine. The rise of universities created communities of scholars whose loyalties were to learning rather than to particular rulers or institutions. Yet these challenges also represented opportunities for further development and adaptation. The Europe that had emerged from the chaos of Rome's fall had proven remarkably resilient and adaptable. The same creative energy that had transformed barbarian kingdoms into medieval civilization was still at work, seeking new solutions to new problems. The Gothic cathedrals that dominated European skylines symbolized this continuing vitality. These structures weren't just monuments to past achievements, but expressions of confidence in the future. Their builders assumed that European society would continue to prosper and develop, supporting these massive projects for generations to come. The fact that so many were completed demonstrated that this confidence was justified. The rise of medieval Europe from the ashes of antiquity represented one of history's most remarkable transformations. What had begun in chaos and devastation had become, by 1250, a sophisticated civilization capable of remarkable achievements in art, thought, technology, and governance. The barbarian kingdoms that had emerged from Rome's collapse had evolved into complex political entities that balanced competing interests while maintaining effective governance. The journey from chaos to kingdoms had taken 8 centuries of adaptation, innovation, and synthesis. Europeans had combined the best elements of their Roman, Germanic, and Christian inheritances while developing new solutions to unprecedented challenges. The medieval synthesis that emerged from this process would provide the foundation for all subsequent European development. Yet the story was far from over. The Europe that emerged from the High Middle Ages would face new challenges and opportunities that would test the resilience and adaptability of medieval institutions. The crises of the 14th century would strain every element of the medieval synthesis, forcing another period of adaptation and renewal that would ultimately create the foundations of the modern world. For now, as the 13th century reached its midpoint, Europeans could look with pride on what they had accomplished. They had not merely survived the collapse of classical civilization, but had created something new and distinctively their own. The kingdoms, cathedrals, universities, and cities that covered the European landscape bore witness to human resilience and creativity in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges. The transformation was complete, but the journey continued. Medieval Europe had risen from chaos to achieve unprecedented heights of cultural and political achievement. The foundations had been laid for developments that would reshape not just Europe, but the entire world. The rise of medieval Europe was both an ending and a beginning, the culmination of one great historical transformation and the preparation for others yet to come. The seeds of transformation had already been planted by the mid-13th century, though few could have predicted how dramatically they would reshape European civilization. The very success of the medieval synthesis created new pressures and possibilities that existing institutions struggled to contain. Population had reached levels not seen since Roman times, straining agricultural resources despite centuries of innovation. The frontier was closing, forests cleared, and every viable acre under cultivation. This demographic pressure drove Europeans beyond their traditional boundaries with unprecedented ambition and organization. The eastern expansion that historians call the Ostsiedlung saw German settlers, knights, and merchants push into Poland, Bohemia, Hungary, and the Baltic regions. The Teutonic Knights, originally founded to fight in the Holy Land, redirected their crusading energy toward conquering and converting the pagan tribes of Prussia and Livonia. This wasn't random migration, but systematic colonization. New towns appeared along river valleys and coastal plains, laid out according to German law and customs. Lübeck became the center of a vast trading network that would dominate Baltic commerce for centuries. The Hanseatic League, emerging from these German settlements, created a commercial confederation that functioned almost like a medieval European Union, facilitating trade from Novgorod to London. The transformation of warfare during this period reflected the growing sophistication of European society. Castle architecture evolved dramatically as engineers developed responses to new siege technologies. The concentric fortifications of Edward I's Welsh castles represented the pinnacle of medieval military engineering, with multiple defensive lines that could channel attackers into killing zones while protecting defenders. Yet even as castles reached new heights of sophistication, their military importance was declining. The crossbow, despite papal prohibitions against its use between Christians, proved devastatingly effective against armoured knights. Swiss pikemen, fighting in disciplined formations, demonstrated that well-trained infantry could defeat the finest heavy cavalry in Europe. The age of the mounted warrior was slowly giving way to professional armies of foot soldiers. The economic foundations supporting these military innovations revealed how thoroughly commercial relationships had penetrated medieval society. Italian banking houses developed credit instruments that allowed rulers to finance campaigns years in advance. The Medici Bank, with branches from London to Constantinople, provided financial services that enabled unprecedented coordination of resources across vast distances. Double-entry bookkeeping, borrowed from Islamic commercial practices, revolutionized business management and made possible the accumulation of capital on scales unknown since antiquity. Merchant partnerships could pool resources for trading ventures that reached from the Baltic to the Black Sea, while maritime insurance reduced the risks of long-distance commerce. The urban revival that accompanied this commercial revolution transformed the European landscape. Venice emerged as a great power rivaling any territorial kingdom, its maritime empire stretching from the Adriatic to the eastern Mediterranean. The Venetian constitution, with its elaborate system of councils and elections, demonstrated that republican government could function effectively even in a world dominated by monarchies. Florence pioneered new forms of manufacturing that turned raw materials from across Europe into finished goods for international markets. The Arte della Lana, the Wool Guild, coordinated production processes that employed thousands of workers in a sophisticated division of labour. Flemish textile cities like Bruges and Ghent became industrial centres where English wool was transformed into cloth that was sold throughout the known world. The guild system that organised this economic activity created new forms of social organisation that challenged traditional feudal hierarchies. Master craftsmen achieved wealth and status that rivaled minor nobility, while guild regulations provided social insurance and political representation for urban workers. The great guild halls that dominated city centres weren't just economic institutions, but symbols of urban pride and independence. Cathedral construction during this period reached unprecedented scales of ambition and achievement. The rebuilding of Reims Cathedral, begun in 1211, created a structure that combined architectural innovation with political symbolism. This was where French kings were crowned, and its magnificent facade proclaimed the unity of royal and divine authority to all who approached. The financing of these massive projects revealed the sophisticated credit markets that had developed throughout Europe. Bishops borrowed against future revenues, while wealthy merchants and nobles competed to sponsor chapels and windows. The construction process itself became a form of community devotion that engaged entire populations in projects that might take centuries to complete. The intellectual achievements that paralleled these material developments produced the most sophisticated philosophical systems since antiquity. The University of Paris attracted scholars from across Europe, while Bologna became renowned for legal studies and Salerno for medicine. These institutions weren't just schools, but international communities where the brightest minds of the age gathered to push the boundaries of human knowledge. Roger Bacon, working at Oxford in the mid-13th century, pioneered experimental methods that prefigured the scientific revolution. His emphasis on observation and mathematical analysis challenged traditional reliance on authority, while his investigations into optics and chemistry laid foundations for future discoveries. Similarly, Albertus Magnus in Germany combined Aristotelian philosophy with careful observation of the natural world. The legal revolution that transformed medieval governance provided rulers with new tools for asserting authority over traditional feudal relationships. Roman law, revived through the work of scholars at Bologna, offered concepts of sovereignty and jurisdiction that challenged the personal bonds that had characterized early feudal society. Royal courts staffed by professionally trained judges gradually superseded the informal justice of feudal assemblies. Canon law, systematized in comprehensive collections, gave the church its own legal framework that competed with secular authority. The resulting tension between different legal systems created space for innovation while strengthening both ecclesiastical and royal institutions. Lawyers trained in these traditions formed a new professional class, whose loyalties were to legal principles rather than personal relationships. The emergence of representative institutions during this period reflected the growing complexity of medieval governance. The English Parliament, evolving from the King's Great Council, began including representatives from towns and shires alongside traditional nobles and clergy. The French Estates General and similar assemblies throughout Europe provided forums where different social groups could participate in royal governance. These institutions weren't democratic in the modern sense, but they demonstrated that effective government required consultation with those who possessed resources and expertise. Royal taxation, increasingly necessary to finance professional armies and administrative bureaucracies, could only be imposed with some degree of consent from those expected to pay. The Mongol invasions of the 1240s provided a stark reminder of Europe's vulnerability to external threats. The destruction of Kiev and defeats of Hungarian and Polish armies demonstrated that European military superiority wasn't absolute. Only the death of the great Khan Ögedei in 1241 saved Western Europe from invasion by the most effective military machine the world had ever seen. Yet the Mongol threat also revealed European resilience and adaptability. The kingdoms that survived the invasions quickly adopted new military techniques and diplomatic strategies. Trade with the Mongol Empire, despite initial hostility, introduced Europeans to goods and ideas from across Asia. Marco Polo's travels, beginning in the 1270s, symbolized this new openness to global connections. The rise of vernacular literature during this period expressed the growing confidence and cultural sophistication of European civilization. Dante's Divine Comedy, written in Italian rather than Latin, created a comprehensive vision of Christian cosmology that was both learned and accessible. The poem's journey through hell, purgatory, and paradise reflected the medieval understanding of human destiny while demonstrating the artistic possibilities of vernacular language. Similarly, the Arthurian romances that flourished throughout Europe created idealized images of knightly virtue that influenced aristocratic culture for centuries. These weren't just entertainment, but expressions of cultural values that helped define European identity. The Round Table became a symbol of chivalric perfection, while the quest for the Holy Grail provided a spiritual dimension to knightly adventure. The concept of courtly love that emerged from this literary culture transformed relationships between men and women among the nobility. Eleanor of Aquitaine's court at Poitiers became a centre of cultural innovation, where troubadours developed new forms of poetry and music. This cultural movement spread throughout Europe, influencing everything from architecture to personal relationships. The Dominican and Franciscan orders that emerged during this period represented Christianity's adaptation to urban society. Unlike traditional monasticism, which emphasized withdrawal from the world, the mendicants embraced active engagement with contemporary society. Dominican scholars dominated the universities, while Franciscan preachers brought Christian teaching to urban populations in language they could understand. Thomas Aquinas, the greatest of the Dominican scholars, achieved a synthesis of faith and reason that would influence Western thought for centuries. His Summa Theologica demonstrated that rational inquiry could support rather than threaten religious belief, while his political writings explored the relationship between natural law and human governance. This wasn't just academic theology, but practical wisdom for governing complex societies. The Franciscan tradition, inspired by the example of Francis of Assisi, emphasized voluntary poverty and service to the common people. Franciscan churches and schools appeared throughout Europe, providing education and charity while maintaining connections that transcended political boundaries. Their success reflected the appeal of authentic spirituality in an increasingly commercial society. The agricultural innovations that continued throughout this period supported the population growth that drove European expansion. The introduction of new crops like legumes improved both nutrition and soil fertility, while better plows and harnesses maximized the efficiency of animal power. Watermills proliferated along European rivers, providing power for grinding grain, fulling cloth, and various industrial processes. The three-field system became standard throughout northern Europe, increasing yields while maintaining soil health through crop rotation. Specialized agricultural regions emerged as improved transportation allowed areas to concentrate on producing what they did best. The wine regions of France, the grain fields of England, and the cattle ranges of Central Europe became integrated into continental trading networks. Population growth created pressure for territorial expansion that would reshape the map of Europe. The Reconquista accelerated dramatically during the 13th century as Christian kingdoms pushed deeper into Muslim Spain. The fall of Córdoba in 1236 and Seville in 1248 reduced Islamic presence in Iberia to the small kingdom of Granada, setting the stage for eventual unification under Castilian rule. The Baltic Crusades brought Christianity and German influence to the northeastern frontiers of Europe. The Livonian Brothers of the Sword, and later the Teutonic Knights, systematically conquered and converted the pagan tribes of the Baltic region. These military campaigns weren't just religious wars, but colonial enterprises that established German-dominated societies from Prussia to Estonia. Eastern Europe witnessed similar transformations as Polish and Hungarian kingdoms consolidated their authority while adopting Western forms of governance and culture. The Mongol invasions had temporarily disrupted these developments, but the surviving kingdoms emerged stronger and more centralized than before. The University of Prague, founded in 1348, symbolized the integration of Eastern Europe into the broader European cultural community. The political fragmentation that had characterized early medieval Europe gradually gave way to more centralized territorial states. The French monarchy under Philip Augustus and his successors systematically expanded royal authority while reducing the independence of great feudal lords. The establishment of royal bailiffs and seneschals created a professional administration that could function independently of noble cooperation. The English monarchy developed perhaps the most sophisticated governmental system in medieval Europe. The administrative reforms of Henry II created standardized legal procedures that applied throughout the kingdom, while the development of common law provided a unified framework for royal justice. The Exchequer developed sophisticated methods for managing royal finances and ensuring accountability from local officials. Even the fragmented Holy Roman Empire witnessed attempts at administrative centralization. Frederick II, ruling from Sicily, created governmental structures that combined Norman efficiency with Islamic and Byzantine influences. His legal code, the Constitutions of Melfi, established a centralized state that prefigured later developments in royal authority. The Church reached the height of its temporal power during this period under popes like Innocent III and Innocent IV. The papal claim to supremacy over all earthly rulers found expression in dramatic confrontations with emperors and kings. The deposition of Emperor Frederick II and the interdict placed on England during John's reign demonstrated the international reach of papal authority. Yet this very success created tensions that would ultimately weaken papal power. The temporal concerns of the papacy often conflicted with its spiritual mission, while the wealth and political involvement of the Church attracted criticism from reform movements. The emergence of heretical groups like the Cathars and Waldensians reflected popular dissatisfaction with clerical corruption and worldliness. The Inquisition, established to combat heresy, became a powerful instrument of social control that extended far beyond its original religious purposes. The systematic persecution of heretics, Jews, and other minorities demonstrated the Church's willingness to use violence to maintain orthodoxy. Yet these efforts often created martyrs and strengthened opposition to clerical authority. The economic prosperity that characterized the High Middle Ages created new social classes that didn't fit traditional feudal categories. Successful merchants could achieve wealth that rivaled that of nobility, while skilled artisans developed expertise that commanded high wages and social respect. The rigid hierarchies of early feudalism gradually gave way to more fluid social relationships based on wealth and ability. Urban governments developed sophisticated methods for managing complex societies that included people of diverse backgrounds and occupations. Town charters established legal frameworks that protected merchants and craftsmen while providing mechanisms for resolving disputes. The emergence of urban law as a distinct legal tradition demonstrated the adaptation of medieval institutions to new social realities. The commercial revolution that transformed medieval Europe, created networks of exchange that connected distant regions and cultures. Venetian merchants established trading posts throughout the eastern Mediterranean, while Genoese traders reached the Black Sea and beyond. The Champagne fairs became international meeting places where merchants from across Europe exchanged goods, ideas, and techniques. Banking innovations made possible the coordination of economic activity across vast distances and time periods. Letters of credit allowed merchants to conduct business without transporting precious metals, while partnership agreements enabled the pooling of resources for ambitious ventures. The emergence of marine insurance reduced the risks of long-distance trade and encouraged investment in overseas commerce. Technological innovations during this period laid foundations for future developments that would transform European society. The mechanical clock, invented in the late 13th century, revolutionized timekeeping and work organization. Water-powered machinery became increasingly sophisticated, while improvements in metallurgy produced better tools and weapons. The introduction of paper manufacturing, borrowed from Islamic technology, made books cheaper and more widely available. This development paralleled the growth of literacy and the emergence of a reading public beyond the clerical elite. Vernacular literature flourished as writers found audiences eager for entertainment and instruction in their own languages. Agricultural techniques continued to improve through experimentation and exchange of knowledge. Selective breeding of livestock increased yields of meat, milk, and wool, while new crops provided better nutrition and soil fertility. The cultivation of rice in southern Europe and the introduction of new vegetables expanded the medieval diet and supported larger populations. The military revolution that began during this period would eventually transform European society and politics. Gunpowder weapons, introduced from China through Islamic intermediaries, began appearing on European battlefields by the late 13th century. These early cannons were crude and unreliable, but they pointed toward a future where traditional fortifications would become obsolete. The development of crossbow technology continued throughout this period, producing weapons capable of penetrating the finest armor. The papal prohibition against using crossbows between Christians reflected recognition of their devastating effectiveness against traditional knightly forces. The democratization of military technology was beginning to challenge the social foundations of feudalism. Professional armies became increasingly important as rulers sought forces that could be deployed quickly and reliably. Swiss mercenaries, fighting in disciplined formations with long pikes, proved superior to traditional feudal levies in battle after battle. The military supremacy that had justified knightly social dominance was gradually being eroded by new technologies and tactics. The cultural achievements of the High Middle Ages created lasting monuments to European creativity and ambition. The completion of major cathedral projects like Amiens, Reims, and Cologne demonstrated the organizational capabilities and artistic vision of medieval society. These structures weren't just religious buildings, but expressions of community identity and technical mastery. The development of polyphonic music during this period created new forms of artistic expression that enhanced both religious and secular culture. The School of Notre Dame pioneered compositional techniques that influenced musical development for centuries. Similarly, the illuminated manuscripts produced in scriptoriums throughout Europe combined artistic beauty with scholarly precision. The emergence of universities as international institutions reflected the cosmopolitan character of medieval intellectual life. Students and masters traveled freely between centers of learning, creating networks of communication that transcended political boundaries. The standardization of curricula and degrees made possible a truly European community of scholars. By 1300, the transformation of Europe from post-Roman chaos to medieval civilization was complete. The continent was covered by a network of kingdoms, principalities, and city-states that had achieved remarkable levels of sophistication in governance, economics, and culture. The population had grown to unprecedented levels, supported by agricultural innovations and territorial expansion. The institutional framework that governed this complex society represented a successful synthesis of diverse traditions. Royal monarchies had developed the administrative capabilities necessary to govern territorial states. The Catholic Church provided spiritual unity and intellectual leadership. Urban communities had created new forms of economic and political organization that challenged traditional hierarchies while contributing to overall prosperity. Yet this achievement remained fragile, dependent on continued agricultural surplus, political stability, and the delicate balance between competing authorities. The very success of medieval civilization had created pressures that existing institutions struggled to contain. Population growth was approaching the limits of agricultural capacity. Commercial development was challenging feudal relationships. Intellectual advancement was beginning to question traditional authorities. Climate change, though medieval people lacked the vocabulary to describe it, was already beginning to affect European prosperity. The medieval warm period that had blessed agriculture for 3 centuries was giving way to cooler, wetter conditions. The early signs of what historians would later call the Little Ice Age were creating problems for farmers who had expanded cultivation into marginal lands. Economic strains were becoming apparent as the easy gains from territorial expansion and agricultural improvement reached their limits. Virtually all suitable land was already under cultivation, and further population growth would require either technological breakthroughs or new forms of economic organization. The guild system that had facilitated urban prosperity was beginning to restrict innovation and competition. Social tensions were mounting as traditional hierarchies struggled to accommodate new forms of wealth and power. Successful merchants could achieve fortunes that dwarfed those of traditional nobles, while urban craftsmen developed skills and knowledge that challenged aristocratic claims to superiority. The rise of professional armies was undermining the military foundations of feudal society. Intellectual developments were creating challenges for traditional authorities. The recovery of classical learning and the influence of Islamic scholarship had introduced ideas that didn't always fit comfortably with established doctrine. The growth of universities had created communities of scholars whose primary loyalty was to learning rather than to particular institutions or rulers. The rise of medieval Europe stands as one of history's most remarkable resurrections. From the smoking ruins of 476, when the last Western Roman emperor fell to a Germanic chieftain, Europeans spent 8 centuries rebuilding civilization from the ground up. What emerged wasn't a pale copy of what had been lost, but something entirely new. A synthesis of Roman administrative genius, Germanic warrior culture, and Christian spiritual unity that created the foundation for everything that would follow. The barbarian kingdoms that carved up the Roman carcass evolved into sophisticated monarchies. The struggling Christian communities of the early centuries grew into a unified religious culture spanning the continent. Scattered villages became thriving cities that rivaled anything the ancient world had produced. The journey from chaos to kingdoms was complete, transforming a shattered continent into the bedrock of Western civilization. Tonight's exploration reminds us that even the darkest collapses can birth extraordinary renaissance. Until next time, keep exploring the past that shaped our present. Let's start to focus on the fall of the Middle Ages. Picture Europe in the early 1300s. For centuries, the medieval world had seemed unshakable. Feudal lords ruled from stone castles. The Catholic Church commanded absolute spiritual authority, and peasants worked the land as their ancestors had for generations. Knights in shining armor dominated battlefields, and everyone knew their place in the great chain of being. But beneath this surface of stability, cracks were already forming. What nobody realized was that they were living through the final golden years of an era that would soon be swept away forever. By the time the dust settled in the late 1400s, everything had changed. The old feudal system lay in ruins. The church's authority had been shattered. Ancient military traditions were obsolete. New technologies were reshaping society. And from the ashes of the medieval world, something entirely different was beginning to emerge. The modern age was about to be born, but first, the old world had to die. So grab something warm to drink, dim the lights, and let's explore how plague, heresy, war, and revolution brought down one of history's longest-lasting civilizations. This is the story of the fall of the Middle Ages, and it's more brutal and fascinating than you might imagine. The first sign that something was terribly wrong came from the East. In 1338, strange reports began filtering back from Central Asia. Entire communities were vanishing. Traders spoke in hushed tones about villages found completely empty, their inhabitants dead from some unknown pestilence. Archaeological evidence from Kyrgyzstan tells us that tombstone inscriptions from this period directly cite pestilence as the cause of death. But these were distant lands, far from the prosperous cities and fertile farmlands of Western Europe. Nobody could have imagined that this mysterious disease was already beginning its relentless march westward. The medieval world was more connected than most people realize. Trade routes stretched from London to Beijing, carrying silk, spices, and unfortunately, disease. Mongol trade networks had created highways across Asia, and Italian merchants like the Venetians and Genoese had established trading posts from the Black Sea to the Indian Ocean. This web of commerce that had brought prosperity to medieval Europe would soon become the very pathway for its destruction. By the 1340s, the plague had reached the Crimean Peninsula. Genoese traders, loading their ships with goods from the east, had no idea they were also taking on passengers. Black rats, infested with fleas carrying a bacterium called Yersinia pestis. These seemingly insignificant creatures were about to change the course of human history. As the ships sailed west across the Black Sea and into the Mediterranean, death travelled with them. October 1347, the Sicilian port of Messina. 12 ships limped into harbour, their crews either dead or dying. Those few sailors still alive were covered in black boils and spitting blood. The horrified townspeople tried to drive the ships away, but it was already too late. The Black Death had arrived in Europe. What happened next defies imagination. In just 5 years, this plague would kill between 30 and 60% of Europe's entire population. We're talking about 25 to 50 million people dead. To put that in perspective, imagine if every third person you know simply vanished. Entire bloodlines ended. Villages became graveyards. Cities turned into charnel houses. But the raw numbers, devastating as they are, don't capture the true horror of what medieval people experienced. This wasn't like modern pandemics where we understand transmission vectors and can develop treatments. Medieval medicine was completely helpless. Physicians believed diseases were caused by imbalances in bodily humours or unfavourable planetary alignments. When traditional treatments failed, people turned to increasingly desperate measures. The plague itself was merciless. The bubonic form caused painful swellings in the lymph nodes, black boils that could grow to the size of apples. Victims suffered excruciating pain, high fever, and delirium. The pneumonic version attacked the lungs, causing victims to cough up blood and die within days. The septicemic form poisoned the blood directly, killing so quickly that people could go to bed healthy and be found dead in the morning. Contemporary accounts describe scenes that sound like something from a nightmare. In Florence, Giovanni Boccaccio wrote about bodies piling up in the streets faster than they could be buried. Mass graves were dug outside city walls, and corpses were dumped in by the cartload. The dead were often buried without last rites, without proper Christian burial, sometimes without even being identified. For a deeply religious society that placed enormous importance on proper burial rituals, this was almost as traumatic as the deaths themselves. The social fabric began to unravel. Fear drove people to abandon their most basic human instincts. Parents fled from their children. Spouses left each other to die alone. Priests refused to give last rites. Entire monastic communities were wiped out, leaving behind empty abbeys that would never recover. The very bonds that held medieval society together, family loyalty, religious duty, feudal obligation, all dissolved in the face of this invisible terror. Economic systems collapsed as quickly as the people who maintained them. With so many dead, there weren't enough workers to harvest crops, maintain roads, or keep markets functioning. Money became worthless when there was nothing left to buy. Trade networks that had taken centuries to develop crumbled in months. The careful balance of agricultural production that fed medieval Europe's growing population was shattered, leading to secondary famines even after the plague began to recede. The psychological trauma was perhaps even more profound than the physical devastation. Medieval people lived in a world where they believed God controlled every aspect of existence. Plagues were understood as divine punishment for sin, but this plague was different. It killed the innocent along with the guilty, the pious along with the wicked, babies along with adults. If this was God's judgment, then God's justice made no sense. The foundations of medieval faith began to crack. Some people responded to this crisis with extreme religious devotion. Groups of flagellants roamed from town to town, whipping themselves bloody in public displays of penance, believing that if they suffered enough, God might relent. Others turned to scapegoating, blaming Jews, lepers, or foreigners for poisoning wells or cursing communities. Thousands of innocent people were murdered by mobs seeking anyone to blame for their suffering. But many others simply lost faith entirely. If God allowed this horror, then maybe God didn't exist, or didn't care, or wasn't worth worshipping. The unquestioning religious certainty that had defined medieval life began to give way to doubt, skepticism, and a new focus on earthly rather than heavenly concerns. Even before the plague struck, medieval Europe was already under stress. The medieval warm period that had allowed population growth and agricultural expansion had ended around 1300. The climate was becoming colder and wetter, leading to crop failures and food shortages. The Great Famine of 1315 to 1322 had already killed millions and weakened the population's immune systems. When the Black Death arrived, it found a society already struggling to survive. The famine years had created deep resentments between social classes. Peasants watched their children starve while nobles continued to feast in their castles. The feudal contract, the idea that lords protected their vassals in exchange for service and loyalty, seemed like a cruel joke when lords couldn't even protect themselves, let alone their people. These tensions would explode into violence once the plague had passed. The plague also revealed the complete inadequacy of medieval institutions. The Church, which claimed to be humanity's guide to salvation, could neither explain nor stop the dying. Kings and nobles, who justified their power by claiming divine right and superior virtue, died just as helplessly as their subjects. The entire intellectual framework of medieval civilization, built on the idea that God's plan was knowable and just, collapsed when confronted with seemingly random, universal death. By 1353, the worst of the plague had passed, but Europe was transformed beyond recognition. Entire regions were depopulated. Noble families that had ruled for centuries were extinct. Monasteries that had preserved learning for 1,000 years stood empty. The survivors found themselves living in a world where all the old certainties had died along with their neighbours. Yet from this devastation came unexpected opportunities. With so many dead, the survivors found themselves in a completely different economic position. Peasants who had been tied to the land by feudal obligation discovered that their labour was suddenly valuable. Lords who had lost most of their workforce were forced to offer wages and better conditions to keep their remaining peasants from leaving. The rigid social hierarchy that had defined medieval life for centuries began to crack and shift. Women too found new opportunities in the post-plague world. With so many men dead, women inherited property, ran businesses, and took on roles that would have been unthinkable before the plague. Some historians argue that the Black Death actually advanced women's rights by centuries, simply by creating a labour shortage that forced society to make use of everyone's skills. But these changes came at an enormous price. The trauma of living through the plague years created a generation that was harder, more cynical, and more focused on immediate pleasures than their ancestors had been. The medieval worldview, with its emphasis on eternal salvation and acceptance of earthly suffering, gave way to a new mentality that valued individual achievement, worldly success, and skeptical inquiry. The plague years also saw the emergence of new forms of art and literature that reflected this changed consciousness. The Dance of Death became a popular artistic theme, showing skeletons leading people from all walks of life to their graves. This wasn't just morbid fascination, it was a new understanding that death was universal and could come for anyone at any time. The old medieval art that emphasized the glory of God and the saints was increasingly replaced by works that explored human psychology, mortality, and earthly concerns. Perhaps most importantly, the plague broke the monopoly that traditional authorities had held over knowledge and interpretation. When bishops and university-trained physicians proved just as helpless as village-wise women, people began to question all forms of established wisdom. This skeptical attitude would prove crucial in the intellectual revolutions that were coming. The Black Death was like a forest fire that cleared away the undergrowth of medieval civilization, creating space for entirely new forms of life to grow. But the plague was just the beginning. The survivors of the Black Death would soon face new challenges that would complete the transformation from medieval to modern. Religious schism would split the church. Peasant revolts would challenge social hierarchy. New military technologies would make knights obsolete. And new ideas about knowledge, power, and human nature would emerge from the ashes of the old world. The medieval age was dying, but its death throes would reshape European civilization in ways that nobody could have predicted. What emerged from this chaos would be recognizably modern, the world we still live in today. But first, the old world had to finish collapsing, and that process was far from over. The plague survivors thought the worst was over. They were wrong. As Europe struggled to rebuild from the demographic catastrophe, new cracks began appearing in the very foundations of medieval authority. The Church, which had claimed to be humanity's eternal guide through earthly tribulation, was about to tear itself apart in the most spectacular display of corruption and political maneuvering the Christian world had ever witnessed. In 1309, Pope Clement V had made a decision that scandalized Christendom. Instead of ruling from Rome, the traditional seat of papal power, he moved the entire papal court to Avignon in southern France. For nearly 70 years, 7 successive popes would govern the church from French soil, all of them French, all of them under the obvious influence of the French crown. Christians across Europe watched in horror as the papacy became little more than a puppet of French royal policy. The Avignon papacy, as it came to be known, developed a reputation for corruption that made even medieval standards seem pure by comparison. The papal court became notorious for its luxury, its political scheming, and its relentless focus on extracting money from the faithful. New taxes were imposed on church benefices. Indulgences were sold more aggressively than ever. Papal offices were auctioned to the highest bidders. The spiritual authority that had once commanded respect across Europe was becoming a laughingstock. When Pope Gregory XI finally returned the papacy to Rome in 1377, many hoped the crisis was over. But Gregory died just a year later, and the conclave that gathered to elect his successor split along national lines. The French cardinals, accustomed to their privileged position during the Avignon years, refused to accept the election of an Italian pope. In an unprecedented move, they declared the election invalid and elected their own pope, who promptly returned to Avignon. Suddenly, Christendom had two popes. Both claimed to be the sole legitimate successor to St. Peter. Both excommunicated the other. Both demanded the loyalty and financial support of the faithful. Kings and kingdoms were forced to choose sides based not on theological considerations, but on political allegiances. France, Scotland, and most of Spain supported the Avignon Pope. England, Germany, and most of Italy backed Rome. The Church had split along the same lines that divided secular politics. The situation became even more absurd when a council of cardinals, attempting to resolve the crisis, deposed both rival popes and elected a third. Neither of the deposed popes accepted this decision, creating the spectacular sight of three men simultaneously claiming to be Christ's representative on earth, each denouncing the others as heretics and usurpers. For ordinary Christians, this was devastating. How could they know which pope to obey? Which sacraments were valid? Where was salvation to be found? The institution that had promised certainty in an uncertain world was now the source of chaos and confusion. The spiritual monopoly that the Church had maintained for over 1,000 years was crumbling before everyone's eyes. This crisis of authority created space for movements that would have been impossible during the height of papal power. In England, an Oxford theologian named John Wycliffe began preaching ideas that struck at the very heart of church authority. He argued that the Bible, not the church hierarchy, was the ultimate source of Christian truth. He translated the scriptures into English, making them accessible to ordinary people who couldn't read Latin. He claimed that a corrupt priest couldn't validly perform the sacraments, and that true Christians didn't need an institutional church to achieve salvation. Wycliffe's followers, called Lollards, spread these dangerous ideas throughout England. They held secret meetings in forests and private homes, reading scripture in English and discussing radical notions of religious equality. They argued that church property should be confiscated and given to the poor. They claimed that the Pope was the Antichrist. They rejected the doctrine of transubstantiation, arguing that the bread and wine of communion remained bread and wine, not the actual body and blood of Christ. The movement spread beyond England when Wycliffe's ideas reached Bohemia through the marriage connections between the English and Bohemian royal houses. A Czech priest named Jan Hus began preaching similar reforms at the University of Prague. Hus went even further than Wycliffe, arguing that the church consisted only of the predestined elect, not the institutional hierarchy. He claimed that an immoral pope wasn't really pope at all, and that Christians should obey God rather than corrupt church officials. The Hussite movement exploded across Bohemia with frightening speed. Czech nationalism combined with religious reform to create a revolution that threatened to tear the Holy Roman Empire apart. When Hus was summoned to the Council of Constance under a promise of safe conduct and then burned as a heretic in 1415, Bohemia erupted in fury. The Hussites declared war on the entire Catholic world. For 15 years, from 1419 to 1434, the Hussite wars raged across Central Europe. The Hussites developed military innovations that would reshape European warfare. They created mobile fortresses using farm wagons chained together, turning peasant carts into impregnable defensive positions. They armed their troops with early firearms and artillery, proving that religious enthusiasm combined with new technology could defeat the traditional knightly armies of the old order. 5 separate crusades were launched against the Hussites, and all failed. The flower of European chivalry was repeatedly defeated by Czech peasants and townsmen fighting for their religious convictions. The military reputation of the Catholic powers was shattered, and the idea that God automatically sided with Orthodox Christians became impossible to maintain. Even more dangerous than these organized reform movements were the popular uprisings that began erupting across Europe as the old social order lost its legitimacy. The plague had fundamentally altered the relationship between lords and peasants. With so many dead, surviving peasants found that their labor was suddenly valuable. Lords who had once commanded absolute obedience were forced to compete for workers by offering higher wages and better conditions. But many nobles refused to accept this new reality. They attempted to freeze wages at pre-plague levels through legislation and force. They tried to prevent peasants from moving between lords in search of better conditions. They demanded the same feudal services that their ancestors had provided when land was scarce and labor was abundant. The result was an explosion of resentment that had been building for generations. In 1358, northern France erupted in the largest peasant rebellion the medieval world had ever seen. The Jacquerie, named after the derogatory term jacques that nobles used for peasants, began as scattered attacks on noble estates, but quickly became a coordinated assault on the entire feudal system. Thousands of peasants armed themselves with farm tools and captured weapons, burning castles and murdering nobles with a fury that shocked contemporary observers. The rebels weren't just responding to immediate grievances. They were rejecting the fundamental assumption that had justified medieval society for centuries: the idea that nobles deserved to rule because they provided protection and leadership. The recent military disasters of the 100 Years' War had proven that the nobility couldn't even protect themselves, let alone their vassals. French knights had been repeatedly humiliated by English longbowmen at Crécy and Poitiers. The king himself had been captured in battle. What use were noble privileges if nobles couldn't fulfill their obligations? The Jacquerie was eventually crushed with typical medieval brutality, but the message was clear. The peasantry would no longer accept their subordinate position without question. Similar revolts erupted across Europe over the following decades, each one challenging the assumption that social hierarchy was natural and eternal. In England, the Peasants' Revolt of 1381 brought armed rebels to the gates of London itself. Led by figures like Wat Tyler and John Ball, the rebels demanded an end to serfdom, fair wages, and the redistribution of church property. They executed nobles and royal officials, burned manor houses, and briefly controlled the capital city. Though the revolt was eventually suppressed, it forced the English elite to recognize that the old feudal arrangements were no longer sustainable. These uprisings weren't isolated explosions of peasant anger. They were part of a broader transformation in how Europeans thought about authority, hierarchy, and social relations. The plague had demonstrated that death was universal and unpredictable. The church schism had shown that religious authority was political and fallible. Military defeats had proven that noble privilege wasn't backed by superior virtue or divine favor. The carefully constructed ideology that had justified medieval inequality was collapsing under the weight of lived experience. Meanwhile, the very nature of warfare was changing in ways that made traditional knightly combat obsolete. The English victories at Crécy in 1346 and Agincourt in 1415 had demonstrated that common soldiers armed with longbows could destroy the heavily armoured cavalry that had dominated European battlefields for centuries. But even more revolutionary changes were coming with the introduction of gunpowder weapons. The first primitive cannons had appeared in Europe during the early 14th century, but they were crude, unreliable devices that posed as much danger to their operators as to their targets. By the 1400s, however, artillery was becoming sophisticated enough to change the fundamental nature of warfare. Cannons could breach castle walls that had withstood siege for months. Handheld firearms could penetrate armor that had taken craftsmen years to forge. The psychological impact of these new weapons was as important as their military effectiveness. The thunderous roar of cannon fire and the acrid smell of gunpowder smoke created an atmosphere of supernatural terror that undermined the mystique of knightly warfare. There was nothing honorable or noble about being blown apart by an anonymous cannonball fired from hundreds of yards away. The personal combat that had been central to chivalric culture was being replaced by impersonal, technological slaughter. This military revolution accelerated the broader social changes that were already underway. Knights who had justified their privileges by their military prowess found themselves increasingly irrelevant on battlefields dominated by professional infantry and artillery. The expensive armor and years of training that had once made them invincible became useless against weapons that any peasant could learn to operate in a few weeks. Kings and princes quickly recognized the implications of these changes. Armies of professional soldiers armed with gunpowder weapons were more effective than traditional feudal levies, but they required money rather than feudal obligation. This created powerful incentives for rulers to develop more efficient systems of taxation and administration, further undermining the decentralized power structure that had characterized medieval government. The French monarchy was particularly successful at exploiting these opportunities. The trauma of repeated military defeats during the 100 Years' War had discredited the traditional nobility and created widespread support for stronger royal authority. Kings like Charles VII and Louis XI used professional armies and efficient bureaucracies to break the power of regional nobles and create the first truly centralized European state since the Roman Empire. In England, the aftermath of military defeat in France contributed to the political instability that would eventually explode into the Wars of the Roses. The English nobility, unable to agree on how to respond to the loss of their French territories, turned their weapons on each other in a series of dynastic conflicts that decimated the old aristocracy and paved the way for the Tudor monarchy's absolute rule. Spain was undergoing its own transformation as the kingdoms of Castile and Aragon were united through royal marriage and began the final phase of the Reconquista against the Muslim kingdoms of southern Iberia. The fall of Granada in 1492 would complete a process that had taken centuries, creating another powerful centralized monarchy on the European stage. These emerging nation-states were fundamentally different from the feudal kingdoms that had preceded them. They commanded professional armies rather than feudal levies. They collected taxes systematically rather than relying on feudal obligations. They administered justice through royal courts rather than local nobles. They were beginning to think of themselves as sovereign entities that owed no allegiance to external authorities, whether papal or imperial. This political transformation was accelerated by what may have been the most important technological innovation of the entire period, the invention of movable type printing by Johannes Gutenberg around 1440. For the first time in human history, knowledge could be reproduced quickly, cheaply, and accurately on a massive scale. Books that had once been available only to wealthy monasteries and universities could now be owned by ordinary merchants and craftsmen. The printing press didn't just make books cheaper, it fundamentally altered the relationship between knowledge and authority. When manuscripts had to be copied by hand, the church and university-trained scholars controlled access to learning. They decided which texts were worth preserving and how they should be interpreted. But printed books could circulate without official approval. Dangerous ideas could spread faster than authorities could suppress them. The impact was immediate and revolutionary. Wycliffe's English Bible, which had circulated in a few dozen handwritten copies, could now be printed in thousands. Humanist scholars could compare multiple versions of ancient texts and detect corruptions that had crept in during centuries of manuscript copying. New ideas about astronomy, medicine, and natural philosophy could reach audiences across Europe within months of their first publication. Perhaps most importantly, printing created the possibility of genuine public debate about religious and political questions that had previously been decided by small circles of elite authorities. When Martin Luther nailed his 95 Theses to the door of Wittenberg Cathedral in 1517, printed copies spread across Germany within weeks and across Europe within months. The Protestant Reformation would have been impossible without the printing press, but the printing press had been made possible by the collapse of the medieval authorities that might have suppressed it. By 1450, every major institution of medieval society was either dead or dying. The feudal system that had organized rural life for centuries was giving way to new arrangements based on wage labor and market relationships. The universal church that had provided spiritual unity for 1,000 years had split into competing factions and lost its monopoly over religious truth. The knightly class that had dominated warfare was being replaced by professional soldiers armed with gunpowder weapons. The local authorities that had governed medieval communities were being absorbed into centralized nation-states. From the ashes of this collapsed civilization, something entirely new was beginning to emerge. In Italian city-states like Florence and Venice, wealthy merchants were commissioning artists and scholars to recover the literature and art of ancient Greece and Rome. These humanist intellectuals were developing new ideas about human nature, political authority, and the relationship between reason and faith that would challenge medieval assumptions in every field of knowledge. The medieval world had believed that all truth was contained in ancient authorities. The Bible, the Church Fathers, Aristotle, and the classical texts that had been preserved through centuries of copying. But the new scholars were discovering that these authorities often contradicted each other, and that many ancient texts were actually medieval forgeries. The critical methods they developed to sort authentic from spurious sources would eventually be applied to every area of human knowledge. Artists like Masaccio and Donatello were rediscovering techniques of realistic representation that had been lost since antiquity. Their paintings and sculptures showed human figures as they actually appeared, not as symbolic representations of spiritual truths. This new artistic realism reflected a broader shift toward empirical observation and away from the abstract theorizing that had characterized medieval scholarship. The medieval age was finally, definitively over, but its death had created the conditions for something unprecedented in human history: a civilization based on systematic inquiry, technological innovation, and the belief that human reason could understand and improve the natural world. The Renaissance was beginning, and with it, the long march toward modernity. The transformation wasn't just happening in the universities and royal courts. In workshops across Europe, craftsmen were developing innovations that would reshape daily life in ways their medieval ancestors could never have imagined. The mechanical clock, perfected in the 14th century, began imposing a new rhythm on human activity. Instead of organizing their days around sunrise, sunset, and the ringing of church bells, people started thinking in terms of precise hours and minutes. This shift toward mathematical timekeeping reflected a broader movement away from the cyclical, tradition-bound mentality of medieval life toward the linear, progress-oriented thinking that would define the modern era. The compass and improvements in shipbuilding were opening new possibilities for exploration and trade that would soon make the medieval world seem impossibly small and isolated. Portuguese navigators were already pushing down the African coast, developing techniques that would eventually carry Europeans around the Cape of Good Hope and across the Atlantic. The closed, inward-looking world of medieval Christendom was about to become a global marketplace. But perhaps the most profound change was happening in how people thought about knowledge itself. Medieval scholars had believed that all important truths had already been revealed in ancient texts, and that their job was simply to organize and interpret this inherited wisdom. The new generation of humanist thinkers was developing a radically different approach based on direct observation, critical analysis, and the revolutionary idea that human understanding could actually improve over time. This intellectual revolution was accelerated by the rediscovery of Greek texts that had been lost to Western Europe for centuries. When Constantinople fell to the Ottoman Turks in 1453, Byzantine scholars fled westward, carrying with them manuscripts of Plato, Euclid, and other classical authors that had survived in the Eastern Empire. These texts revealed that ancient learning was far more diverse and sophisticated than medieval scholars had realized, undermining the simplified worldview that had dominated European education for 1,000 years. The fall of Constantinople itself marked another decisive break with the medieval past. For over a millennium, the Byzantine Empire had served as a bridge between the classical world and medieval Europe. Its capital had been the last remnant of the Roman Empire, a living link to the ancient world that medieval Europeans revered but could never fully recapture. When Sultan Mehmed II's cannons breached the Theodosian walls on May 29, 1453, they didn't just conquer a city. They severed the final connection to antiquity and forced Europeans to recognize that they were living in an entirely new historical era. The psychological impact of Constantinople's fall resonated throughout Christendom. Medieval Europeans had always seen themselves as part of a continuous Christian empire stretching back to Constantine the Great. The knowledge that infidels now controlled the city where Christianity had first become imperial shattered this comforting illusion of continuity and forced a recognition that the Christian world was smaller, weaker, and more vulnerable than anyone had wanted to admit. The Ottoman conquest also disrupted the traditional trade routes that had connected Europe to Asia for centuries. Spices, silks, and other luxury goods that had flowed through Constantinople now came with higher prices and greater uncertainty. This economic pressure created powerful incentives for Europeans to find alternative routes to Asian markets, setting the stage for the age of exploration that would soon carry European influence to every corner of the globe. Meanwhile, the military innovations that had made the Ottoman conquest possible were spreading rapidly throughout Europe. The massive bronze cannons that had demolished Constantinople's walls were soon being copied in foundries from Hungary to Spain. Artillery trains became essential components of any serious military campaign. Castle builders began designing new types of fortifications with thick, slanted walls that could withstand cannon fire. The entire landscape of European warfare was being transformed by technologies that would have seemed like magic to knights of the earlier medieval period. The social implications of these military changes extended far beyond the battlefield. The expensive equipment and specialized training required for effective use of gunpowder weapons meant that warfare was becoming the exclusive domain of centralized states with substantial financial resources. Local nobles who had maintained their independence through military prowess found themselves increasingly dependent on royal favor and state resources. This centralization of military power accelerated the broader political transformation that was already underway. In France, Louis XI used a combination of diplomacy, bribery, and military force to break the power of the great feudal duchies that had challenged royal authority for centuries. The Duke of Burgundy, who had controlled territories stretching from the Low Countries to the Swiss border and had seemed poised to create an independent kingdom, was killed in battle against Swiss pikemen in 1477. His death marked the end of the last serious challenge to French royal authority and paved the way for the absolute monarchy that would dominate European politics for the next 3 centuries. England was experiencing its own violent transition from medieval to modern political arrangements. The Wars of the Roses, which raged intermittently from 1455 to 1485, were essentially a prolonged death struggle of the old feudal nobility. The great aristocratic families that had dominated English politics since the Norman conquest destroyed each other in a series of increasingly brutal conflicts that left the traditional ruling class decimated and exhausted. When Henry Tudor finally emerged victorious at the Battle of Bosworth in 1485, he inherited a kingdom where the old sources of noble power had been systematically eliminated. The private armies that had made great lords semi-independent were disbanded. The vast estates that had supported aristocratic independence were confiscated and redistributed. The complex web of feudal loyalties that had divided England into competing spheres of influence was replaced by direct royal administration. The Tudor monarchy that emerged from this chaos was more centralized and absolute than any English government since the Norman conquest. Spain was undergoing an even more dramatic transformation through the union of Castile and Aragon under Ferdinand and Isabella. Their marriage in 1469 created a power bloc that would soon dominate European politics. But their methods revealed how far political thinking had evolved from medieval norms. Instead of relying on feudal obligations or divine right, they systematically built state institutions that could function independently of personal relationships and traditional loyalties. The Spanish Inquisition, established in 1478, was ostensibly a religious institution designed to ensure Orthodox Catholic belief throughout their kingdoms. But it also served as a powerful instrument of political centralization, breaking the independence of local nobility and clergy while creating a bureaucratic apparatus that answered directly to royal authority. The expulsion of Jews and Muslims from Spain in the 1490s was similarly motivated by political as well as religious considerations, eliminating communities whose primary loyalties might lie outside the emerging Spanish state. These new monarchies were fundamentally different from their medieval predecessors in their relationship to law, taxation, and administration. Medieval kings had ruled through personal relationships and traditional privileges that varied from region to region. The new rulers created uniform legal codes, systematic tax collection, and professional bureaucracies that could govern vast territories according to rational principles rather than customary arrangements. The printing press played a crucial role in making this administrative revolution possible. Royal edicts could now be reproduced in identical copies and distributed throughout a kingdom within weeks. Legal codes could be standardized and made available to local officials in every province. Administrative procedures could be documented and taught to new generations of civil servants. For the first time since the Roman Empire, European governments could maintain consistent policies across large territories and diverse populations. This technological capability was matched by intellectual developments that provided the theoretical foundation for modern state power. Political thinkers like Niccolò Machiavelli were developing new theories of government that explicitly rejected medieval assumptions about divine right and feudal obligation. In The Prince, written in the early 16th century but reflecting ideas that had been developing throughout the 15th, Machiavelli argued that successful rulers must be guided by practical effectiveness rather than traditional morality. This represented a revolutionary break from medieval political theory, which had always insisted that legitimate government must conform to Christian ethical principles and respect established customs and privileges. The new political thinking emphasized the state's primary obligation to maintain order and security, even if this required actions that would have been considered immoral under traditional medieval standards. Similar intellectual revolutions were occurring in every field of knowledge. In astronomy, observers were beginning to notice problems with the Ptolemaic system that had dominated medieval cosmology for over 1,000 years. The complex system of epicycles and deference that medieval scholars had used to explain planetary motion was becoming increasingly unwieldy as more precise observations revealed discrepancies that couldn't be resolved within the traditional framework. Nicolaus Copernicus, working in the early 16th century, but building on observations and calculations that had been developing throughout the 15th, would eventually propose that these problems could be resolved by placing the Sun rather than the Earth at the center of the planetary system. This heliocentric theory wasn't just a technical adjustment to astronomical calculations. It represented a fundamental challenge to the entire medieval worldview, which had placed humanity and Earth at the center of God's creation. In medicine, physicians were beginning to question the authority of ancient texts and rely more heavily on direct anatomical observation. Andreas Vesalius, whose revolutionary work on human anatomy would be published in 1543, was already developing methods of investigation that challenged the medical theories that had dominated European practice since antiquity. The medieval assumption that ancient authorities contained all necessary knowledge was giving way to empirical methods that would eventually transform every field of natural philosophy. The visual arts were experiencing equally dramatic transformations. Painters like Jan van Eyck in the Netherlands and Masaccio in Italy were developing techniques of realistic representation that hadn't been seen in Europe since the fall of Rome. Their use of linear perspective, careful observation of light and shadow, and attention to individual psychological characteristics created a new style of art that emphasized human experience rather than spiritual symbolism. This artistic revolution reflected broader changes in how Europeans thought about the relationship between the material and spiritual worlds. Medieval art had typically presented the physical world as a pale reflection of spiritual realities that could only be fully understood through faith and revelation. The new artistic realism suggested that careful observation of the natural world could reveal truths that were just as important as those found in religious texts. Architecture was evolving in similar directions. The soaring Gothic cathedrals that had dominated medieval building were giving way to new styles that emphasized classical proportions and mathematical harmony. Filippo Brunelleschi's dome for the Cathedral of Florence, completed in 1436, demonstrated that modern engineering could rival the achievements of antiquity while incorporating innovations that the ancients had never imagined. These architectural developments reflected the same intellectual trends that were transforming other fields. Medieval builders had worked according to traditional methods passed down through craft guilds, relying on accumulated experience rather than theoretical understanding. Renaissance architects like Leon Battista Alberti were developing systematic theories of design based on mathematical principles and classical precedents, creating buildings that embodied rational analysis rather than traditional practice. The economic foundations of European society were undergoing equally fundamental changes. The monetary system that had developed during the commercial revolution of the High Middle Ages was becoming more sophisticated and international in scope. Italian banking houses like the Medici were creating financial instruments that could transfer wealth across vast distances and facilitate trade relationships that spanned continents. The discovery of silver deposits in Central Europe and the development of new mining techniques were increasing the money supply and stimulating economic activity throughout the continent. Cities that had been sleepy medieval towns were growing into major commercial centers virtually overnight. The rigid social hierarchies that had characterized medieval rural society were giving way to more fluid urban arrangements based on wealth and commercial success rather than birth and feudal obligation. These economic changes were creating new social groups whose interests didn't fit neatly into traditional medieval categories. Successful merchants and bankers often possessed more real wealth and political influence than many nobles, but they lacked the legal privileges and social recognition that came with aristocratic birth. This tension between economic reality and social tradition was creating pressures that would eventually explode into the religious and political revolutions of the 16th century. The guild system that had organized medieval craft production was also coming under increasing pressure from new forms of economic organization. Entrepreneurs were developing putting-out systems that allowed them to coordinate production across multiple workshops and rural households, bypassing the restrictions that guilds had traditionally imposed on manufacturing. This proto-industrial organization was more efficient and flexible than traditional craft production, but it also undermined the social solidarity and economic security that the guild system had provided for urban workers. Rural areas were experiencing their own transformation as landlords experimented with new agricultural techniques and crop rotations that could support larger populations and generate higher profits. The three-field system that had dominated medieval agriculture was giving way to more intensive farming methods that required greater capital investment but produced substantially higher yields. These agricultural improvements were essential for supporting the growing urban populations that were driving European economic development. The intellectual framework that made all these changes possible was fundamentally different from medieval modes of thought. Medieval scholars had approached knowledge as a finite treasure that had been revealed in the past and needed to be preserved and interpreted by each generation. The new generation of humanist thinkers saw knowledge as an ongoing process of discovery that could be advanced through systematic investigation and critical analysis. This shift from preservation to innovation was perhaps the most fundamental change that separated the emerging modern world from its medieval predecessor. Medieval civilization had been essentially conservative, seeking to maintain traditional arrangements and resist dangerous novelties. The new European culture embraced change as natural and desirable, developing institutions and intellectual methods that were designed to promote rather than prevent innovation. By 1500, this transformation was essentially complete. The feudal system that had organized medieval society lay in ruins, replaced by centralized monarchies and market economies. The universal church that had provided spiritual unity for 1,000 years had lost its monopoly over religious truth and was facing challenges that would soon split Western Christianity permanently. The military technologies and social arrangements that had defined medieval warfare were obsolete, replaced by gunpowder weapons and professional armies. The intellectual methods and cultural assumptions that had shaped medieval learning were giving way to empirical investigation and critical analysis. From the ashes of medieval civilization, something unprecedented in human history was emerging. A culture based on systematic inquiry, technological innovation, and the belief that human reason could understand and improve the natural world. The Renaissance was reaching its full flowering, carrying Europeans toward global exploration, scientific revolution, and political transformation that would reshape not just Europe but the entire planet. The medieval world was dead. What rose from its grave would be recognizably modern, the foundation of the world we still inhabit today. But the transition had been neither smooth nor peaceful. It had required the destruction of a 1,000-year-old civilization, the death of millions, and the collapse of every major institution that had given meaning and structure to European life. The price of modernity had been paid in full, written in the blood and tears of generations who lived through the death of one world and the violent birth of another. What emerged from the ruins of the medieval world wasn't just a new political or economic system. It was an entirely different way of thinking about human potential and the nature of reality itself. As the 15th century drew to a close, European intellectuals were rediscovering texts and ideas that had been lost for nearly 1,000 years, creating intellectual foundations that would support everything from global exploration to scientific revolution. The fall of Constantinople in 1453 had done more than just end the Byzantine Empire. It had severed the last living connection to the classical world and forced Europeans to confront the reality that they were now the sole inheritors of Western civilization. Byzantine scholars fleeing westward brought with them manuscripts that revealed how much ancient learning had been lost or corrupted during the medieval period. Plato's complete dialogues, Euclid's mathematical treatises, and advanced Greek texts on astronomy and medicine suddenly became available to scholars who had only known these authors through fragmentary medieval translations. This influx of authentic classical texts created what historians now call the humanist revolution. Scholars like Lorenzo Valla and Marsilio Ficino developed new methods of textual criticism that could distinguish authentic ancient works from medieval forgeries and interpolations. They discovered that many texts that had been considered authoritative for centuries were actually products of medieval scribes who had misunderstood or deliberately altered their sources. The revelation that so much inherited knowledge was unreliable created a crisis of authority that extended far beyond academic circles. The printing press amplified these discoveries exponentially. When Aldus Manutius began publishing affordable editions of Greek classics from his Venetian workshop in the 1490s, ideas that had previously been confined to a handful of manuscripts became available to thousands of readers across Europe. University students could now own personal copies of Aristotle, Cicero, and Virgil, rather than relying on hand-copied excerpts and second-hand summaries. This democratization of classical learning broke the monopoly that church institutions had maintained over education and interpretation for over a millennium. But the humanist movement wasn't just about recovering ancient texts. It was developing new methods of investigation that challenged fundamental assumptions about how knowledge should be acquired and validated. Medieval scholars had approached learning as a process of reconciling apparent contradictions between established authorities. The new generation of humanist thinkers emphasized direct observation, critical analysis, and the systematic comparison of multiple sources. They were developing what we would now recognize as scientific methodology, even though they applied it primarily to literary and historical rather than natural phenomena. This intellectual revolution was taking place against the backdrop of unprecedented technological innovation. The mechanical innovations that had begun appearing in the 14th century were accelerating rapidly as craftsmen and scholars began collaborating in ways that would have been impossible under the rigid social hierarchies of earlier medieval society. The printing press itself was just one example of how new forms of knowledge could be applied to practical problems with revolutionary results. Navigation technology was advancing with similar speed. The magnetic compass, which had reached Europe from China during the 13th century, was being combined with more accurate maps and improved shipbuilding techniques to make ocean voyaging safer and more predictable. Portuguese navigators were developing systematic methods for determining latitude and longitude that allowed them to sail far from familiar coastlines with confidence that they could find their way home. These technical advances weren't just making existing activities more efficient. They were creating entirely new possibilities that would soon reshape the global balance of power. When Portuguese explorers rounded the Cape of Good Hope in the 1480s, they broke the Ottoman monopoly on Asian trade and opened direct sea routes between Europe and the Indies. This achievement represented more than just commercial innovation. It demonstrated that systematic application of human reason and technology could overcome obstacles that had seemed insurmountable for centuries. The success of these early voyages of exploration created powerful incentives for other European kingdoms to develop their own oceanic capabilities. Spain, which had just completed the reconquest of Granada and expelled its Jewish and Muslim populations, suddenly found itself with the resources and motivation to compete with Portuguese expansion. The marriage of Ferdinand and Isabella had created a unified kingdom with the financial and military capacity to support ambitious overseas ventures. Christopher Columbus's voyage in 1492 was made possible by all the technological, economic, and intellectual developments that had been accumulating throughout the 15th century. His ships used compass navigation and improved rigging that allowed them to sail against the wind. His expedition was financed through the sophisticated banking networks that had developed during the commercial revolution of the late medieval period. His geographical assumptions, though ultimately incorrect, were based on classical texts that had been recovered through the humanist movement and calculated using mathematical methods that had been refined through decades of practical navigation experience. The discovery of the Americas represented the final break with medieval geographical assumptions. For 1,000 years, Europeans had believed that the world consisted of 3 continents, Europe, Asia, and Africa, surrounded by an impassable ocean. The existence of entirely unknown continents populated by peoples who had never heard of Christianity shattered this comforting worldview and forced Europeans to recognize that their traditional authorities had been profoundly ignorant about fundamental aspects of reality. The psychological impact of these discoveries was as important as their practical consequences. Medieval Europeans had lived in a world that seemed small, familiar, and comprehensible. They knew their place in the social hierarchy, their role in the cosmic order, and the boundaries of human possibility. The new discoveries revealed that the world was vastly larger, more diverse, and more complex than anyone had imagined. This expansion of horizons created both exhilarating opportunities and terrifying uncertainties that would characterize European consciousness for centuries to come. Meanwhile, the religious unity that had defined medieval Christendom was disintegrating with accelerating speed. The conciliar movement that had resolved the Great Schism had also established the principle that church councils could override papal authority under certain circumstances. This precedent encouraged further challenges to religious authority that went far beyond questions of church governance. In the German territories of the Holy Roman Empire, popular preachers were attracting massive audiences by denouncing clerical corruption and calling for fundamental reforms. The sale of indulgences had become so systematic and aggressive that it resembled a commercial enterprise more than a spiritual practice. Papal agents travelled from town to town with elaborate ceremonies designed to extract maximum payments from the faithful. The most notorious of these, Johann Tetzel, allegedly told customers that their coins would release souls from purgatory the moment they hit the collection box. This commercialization of salvation offended not just theological sensibilities, but also the emerging capitalist mentality that was spreading throughout urban Europe. Successful merchants and bankers understood the difference between legitimate business transactions and fraudulent schemes, and the sale of indulgences increasingly resembled the latter. The Church's credibility was being undermined not just by moral reformers, but by practical people who recognized bad business practices when they saw them. The printing press was making these criticisms more widespread and systematic than ever before. Pamphlets denouncing clerical abuses could be produced and distributed faster than church authorities could suppress them. Popular songs and satirical poems mocking papal pretensions spread across Germany within weeks of their composition. The technology that had been developed to spread classical learning was being turned against the institution that had controlled education for centuries. In England, the Lollard movement that had been driven underground during the early 15th century was beginning to resurface as royal authority weakened during the Wars of the Roses. Lollard ideas about vernacular scripture, clerical marriage, and the illegitimacy of church property were spreading through networks of craftsmen and small farmers who had been radicalized by the social upheavals of the post-plague era. These groups were developing organizational methods and theological arguments that would provide crucial support for the Protestant Reformation when it finally erupted in the early 16th century. The Hussite movement in Bohemia had evolved into a permanent challenge to Catholic authority that no amount of military force seemed capable of eliminating. The moderate Hussites had reached a compromise with the Church that allowed them to maintain many of their distinctive practices, but radical groups continued to reject papal authority entirely and develop increasingly sophisticated theological alternatives to Catholic orthodoxy. Their example demonstrated that organized resistance to church authority could survive and prosper despite official persecution. These religious tensions were exacerbated by the broader social and economic changes that were transforming European society. The growth of literacy that had resulted from printing meant that ordinary people could read scripture and theological treatises for themselves rather than relying on clerical interpretation. The commercial revolution had created new classes of urban professionals whose wealth and education gave them both the means and the motivation to challenge traditional authorities. The centralization of political power had reduced the Church's ability to use secular rulers to suppress dissent. Perhaps most importantly, the intellectual methods that humanist scholars had developed for analyzing classical texts were being applied to religious questions with devastating effect. When Lorenzo Valla used philological analysis to prove that the donation of Constantine was a medieval forgery, he didn't just discredit a particular papal claim. He demonstrated that supposedly ancient authorities could be subjected to rational criticism and found wanting. The same methods that revealed textual corruptions in Aristotle could expose historical fabrications in church documents. This critical approach to traditional authorities was spreading beyond scholarly circles into popular culture. Vernacular literature was becoming increasingly satirical and irreverent in its treatment of religious themes. Authors like François Rabelais in France and Sebastian Brant in Germany were using humor and allegory to expose clerical hypocrisy and challenge religious orthodoxy in ways that would have been unthinkable during the height of medieval piety. The printing press ensured that these satirical works reached audiences that included not just educated elites, but also the urban middle classes, who were becoming increasingly important in European political and economic life. The visual arts were evolving in similar directions. Religious painting was becoming more naturalistic and psychologically complex, presenting biblical figures as recognizable human beings rather than remote symbols of spiritual truths. Artists like Jan van Eyck and Rogier van der Weyden were creating works that emphasized individual personality and emotional experience rather than abstract theological concepts. This artistic realism reflected the broader cultural shift toward empirical observation and away from the symbolic thinking that had dominated medieval culture. Sculpture was undergoing equally dramatic changes. Gothic cathedral decoration had typically presented human figures as elongated, spiritualized forms that emphasized their distance from ordinary earthly existence. Renaissance sculptors like Donatello and Ghiberti were creating works that celebrated the beauty and dignity of the human body in ways that hadn't been seen in Europe since antiquity. Their bronze and marble figures possessed a physical presence and psychological complexity that suggested new attitudes toward human nature and its relationship to the divine. Architecture was also reflecting these changing sensibilities. The Gothic style that had dominated European building for 3 centuries was giving way to new approaches that emphasized mathematical harmony and classical proportions. Filippo Brunelleschi's innovations in Florence had demonstrated that modern builders could rival ancient achievements while incorporating improvements that the Romans had never imagined. His use of linear perspective and systematic proportion created buildings that embodied rational analysis rather than mystical aspiration. These artistic developments weren't just matters of aesthetic preference. They reflected fundamental changes in how Europeans thought about the relationship between the material and spiritual worlds. Medieval art had typically treated the physical world as a pale reflection of spiritual realities that could only be fully understood through faith and revelation. Renaissance artists were suggesting that careful observation of the natural world could reveal truths that were just as important and valid as those found in religious texts. The scientific investigations that would eventually revolutionize European understanding of the natural world were already beginning to emerge from this new empirical approach. Leonardo da Vinci was conducting systematic anatomical studies that revealed the inadequacy of medieval medical theories based on ancient authorities. His dissections of human corpses provided more accurate information about bodily structure and function than could be found in any existing textbook. His engineering notebooks demonstrated that systematic observation and experimentation could solve practical problems that had puzzled craftsmen for centuries. Similar investigative approaches were being applied to astronomy, where careful observation was revealing increasing problems with the Ptolemaic system that had dominated medieval cosmology. The complex arrangements of epicycles and deferents that medieval scholars had used to explain planetary motion were becoming increasingly unwieldy as more precise measurements revealed discrepancies that couldn't be resolved within the traditional framework. Astronomers like Georg Purbach and Johannes Regiomontanus were developing new observational techniques and mathematical methods that would eventually make possible the revolutionary insights of Copernicus and Kepler. In medicine, physicians were beginning to question the authority of ancient texts and rely more heavily on direct anatomical observation. The rediscovery of classical medical literature through humanist scholarship had revealed that medieval medicine was based on translations of translations that had often distorted or misunderstood the original Greek sources. Direct access to texts by Galen and Hippocrates showed that ancient physicians had been far more empirical in their approach than their medieval interpreters had realized. These medical investigations were being facilitated by changes in religious and legal attitudes toward human dissection. Medieval canon law had generally prohibited the opening of human corpses, but the practical needs of legal and medical education were creating exceptions that gradually expanded into systematic anatomical study. Universities in Italy and France were beginning to require medical students to observe human dissections, creating a new generation of physicians who understood bodily structure and function far better than their predecessors. The economic foundations that supported all these intellectual and artistic developments were also undergoing fundamental transformation. The monetary system that had evolved during the commercial revolution was becoming increasingly sophisticated and international in scope. Italian banking houses had developed financial instruments that could transfer wealth across vast distances and facilitate trade relationships that spanned continents. Letters of credit issued in Florence could be honoured in London or Bruges, creating a truly European financial network that made possible commercial ventures of unprecedented scale and complexity. The discovery of new silver deposits in Central Europe was dramatically increasing the money supply and stimulating economic activity throughout the continent. Mining techniques that had been developed in response to military needs were being applied to civilian extraction, creating new sources of wealth that didn't depend on agricultural production or traditional craft manufacturing. Cities that had been modest medieval towns were growing into major commercial centers as entrepreneurs took advantage of new opportunities created by expanded trade networks and improved transportation. These economic changes were creating new social relationships that didn't fit neatly into traditional medieval categories. Successful merchants and bankers often possessed more real wealth and practical influence than many nobles, but they lacked the legal privileges and social recognition that came with aristocratic birth. This tension between economic reality and social tradition was creating pressures that would eventually explode into the religious and political revolutions of the early modern period. The guild system that had organized medieval craft production was coming under increasing pressure from new forms of economic organization. Entrepreneurs were developing putting-out systems that coordinated production across multiple workshops and rural households, bypassing the restrictions that guilds had traditionally imposed on manufacturing. This proto-industrial organization was more efficient and flexible than traditional craft production, but it also undermined the social solidarity and economic security that the guild system had provided for urban workers. Rural areas were experiencing equally profound changes as landlords experimented with new agricultural techniques and land use patterns. The three-field system that had dominated medieval agriculture was giving way to more intensive farming methods that required greater capital investment but produced substantially higher yields. Specialized crops like wine grapes and industrial plants were replacing subsistence farming in regions with favorable market access. These agricultural improvements were essential for supporting the growing urban populations that were driving European economic development. The political structures that governed this transformed society were also evolving rapidly. The centralized monarchies that had emerged from the chaos of the late medieval period were developing administrative capabilities that far exceeded anything seen since the Roman Empire. Professional bureaucracies were replacing the personal relationships and traditional privileges that had characterized medieval government. Systematic legal codes were being developed that could provide consistent justice across vast territories with diverse local customs. These new forms of government were made possible partly by technological innovations like the printing press, which allowed royal edicts to be reproduced in identical copies and distributed throughout a kingdom within weeks. But they also reflected intellectual developments that provided theoretical justifications for centralized authority. Political thinkers were developing new theories of sovereignty that emphasized the state's primary obligation to maintain order and security, rather than respect traditional privileges and customary arrangements. The military innovations that had begun during the late medieval period were reaching full maturity by the end of the 15th century. Professional armies equipped with gunpowder weapons had proven their superiority over traditional feudal levies in conflicts across Europe. Artillery had made medieval fortifications obsolete and forced military engineers to develop new defensive systems based on mathematical principles rather than traditional castle-building techniques. Infantry, armed with firearms and pikes, had demonstrated their ability to defeat heavily armoured cavalry in direct combat. These military changes were accelerating the broader political transformation that was already underway. Warfare was becoming so expensive and technically complex that only centralized states with substantial financial resources could maintain effective armies. Local nobles who had maintained their independence through military prowess found themselves increasingly dependent on royal favor and state support. The feudal system that had been based on the military service of land-holding warriors was becoming irrelevant in an age of professional soldiers and gunpowder warfare. By 1500, every major aspect of medieval civilization had been either transformed beyond recognition or replaced entirely. The feudal system that had organized rural society for centuries had collapsed under the combined pressure of demographic catastrophe, economic change, and military innovation. The universal church that had provided spiritual unity for Western Europe had lost its monopoly over religious truth and was facing challenges that would soon split Christianity permanently. The intellectual methods and cultural assumptions that had shaped medieval learning had given way to empirical investigation and critical analysis that would eventually revolutionize human understanding of the natural world. What emerged from this transformation was recognizably modern in ways that would have been impossible to predict from medieval precedents. European civilization had developed institutional frameworks and intellectual methods that were designed to promote rather than prevent innovation and change. The conservative mentality that had sought to preserve traditional arrangements and resist dangerous novelties had been replaced by a progressive outlook that embraced transformation as natural and desirable. The global implications of this European transformation were only beginning to become apparent. The same technological capabilities and organizational methods that had emerged from the collapse of medieval civilization were being applied to oceanic exploration and overseas expansion that would soon bring European influence to every inhabited continent. The intellectual revolution that had begun with humanist scholarship and the rediscovery of classical texts would eventually produce scientific insights that transformed human understanding of everything from planetary motion to biological evolution. The modern world was being born from the ashes of medieval Europe, but the process was far from complete. The religious wars, scientific revolutions, and political upheavals of the early modern period would continue the transformation that had begun with the Black Death and the collapse of medieval institutions. The Renaissance that was reaching its full flowering in Italy would spread throughout Europe and eventually around the globe, carrying with it the intellectual methods and cultural assumptions that had emerged from the death of the medieval world. The price of this transformation had been enormous. Millions had died from plague, warfare, and social upheaval. Ancient traditions and institutions that had provided meaning and stability for countless generations had been destroyed or rendered obsolete. Entire ways of life had vanished forever, taking with them forms of knowledge and human experience that could never be recovered. The medieval world that died during the 14th and 15th centuries had possessed virtues and achievements that its successors would struggle to match. But from this destruction had come possibilities that medieval Europeans could never have imagined. The systematic investigation of the natural world that would eventually produce modern science and technology. The exploration of unknown continents that would create the first truly global civilization. The development of political and economic institutions that could coordinate human activity on unprecedented scales. The emergence of artistic and intellectual traditions that continue to shape human consciousness centuries after their creation. The fall of the Middle Ages wasn't just the end of one historical period and the beginning of another. It was one of the great transformative moments in human history, comparable to the development of agriculture or the rise of urban civilization. The Europe that emerged from the chaos of the late medieval period possessed capabilities and ambitions that would soon reshape not just European society, but the entire planet. The modern world, with all its achievements and catastrophes, its possibilities and contradictions, was being forged in the crucible of medieval collapse. The dying gasps of the medieval world echoed through the late 15th century. But by then, the transformation was irreversible. 1,000-year-old civilization had perished, and from its grave had risen something unprecedented in human history. The age of exploration, scientific revolution, and global empire was about to begin. The modern era, with all its promise and peril, was finally at hand. The survivors of the Black Death had witnessed horrors beyond imagination, but they could not have known that the plague was merely the opening act in a century-long drama that would completely destroy their world. As the 1350s dawned, Europe was a wasteland. Entire bloodlines had vanished. Villages stood empty, their fields returning to wilderness. The survivors wandered through a landscape of mass graves and abandoned churches, trying to rebuild some semblance of normal life from the wreckage. But normal life was no longer possible. The plague had shattered more than just populations. It had broken the fundamental assumptions that held medieval society together. For 1,000 years, Europeans had believed that God's will was knowable and just, that social hierarchy reflected divine order, that suffering in this life would be rewarded in the next. The Black Death had made mockery of all these beliefs. If God was just, why had innocent children died while corrupt nobles survived? If the church was humanity's guide to salvation, why had priests fled their flocks and monasteries been emptied by disease? The immediate aftermath of the plague years revealed just how profoundly European society had been transformed. In England, the Statute of Labourers, passed in 1351, attempted to freeze wages at pre-plague levels and prevent workers from moving between employers. It was a desperate attempt by the surviving nobility to maintain the old feudal arrangements, but it was doomed from the start. With half the population dead, labour had become the scarcest and most valuable commodity in Europe. Peasants who had once been bound to the soil as serfs discovered they could demand wages, better working conditions, and personal freedom. The legal documents from this period tell a story of social revolution hidden beneath official attempts to maintain order. Manor court rolls record case after case of peasants abandoning their traditional holdings to seek better opportunities elsewhere. Landlords who had once commanded absolute obedience were reduced to offering incentives and concessions to keep their remaining workers from leaving. The bonds of personal dependence that had defined feudalism for centuries were dissolving as economic reality overwhelmed legal tradition. In France, the situation was even more chaotic. The kingdom was still reeling from military defeats in the early phases of the 100 Years' War. King John II had been captured by the English at the Battle of Poitiers in 1356, leaving the realm effectively leaderless, just as it was trying to recover from the plague's devastation. The Estates General, summoned to raise ransom money for the king, was dominated by angry nobles and townsmen who blamed royal incompetence for both military disaster and social collapse. Into this power vacuum stepped Etienne Marcel, provost of the merchants of Paris, who led an urban rebellion that briefly seized control of the capital. Marcel's revolt was more than just a political coup. It represented a fundamental challenge to the assumption that birth determined fitness to rule. The merchant oligarchy that Marcel represented had accumulated wealth and practical experience managing complex urban economies. They looked at the military disasters and administrative chaos that had followed noble leadership and concluded that competence mattered more than bloodline. The rebellion failed when Marcel was murdered by rivals in 1358, but its impact resonated throughout French society. For the first time since the Carolingian period, non-nobles had effectively governed the kingdom's most important city. The precedent was set for future challenges to aristocratic monopoly over political power. The old assumption that God had ordained the nobility to rule was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain when noble rule produced nothing but military defeat and social chaos. Rural France was experiencing its own revolution during these same years. The Jacquerie of 1358 began as scattered attacks on noble estates, but quickly became a coordinated assault on the entire feudal system. The rebels weren't just responding to immediate economic grievances. They were rejecting the fundamental premise that justified noble privilege, the idea that aristocrats deserved special status because they provided military protection and political leadership. The chronicler Jean Froissart, himself a member of the noble class, recorded his horror at the peasant uprising with visceral detail. He described rebels burning castles, murdering nobles, and declaring their intention to eliminate the entire aristocratic order. What shocked him most wasn't just the violence, but the systematic nature of the peasant program. This wasn't a spontaneous explosion of rage, but a calculated attempt to create an entirely different form of society. The rebellion was eventually suppressed with typical medieval brutality, but the message was unmistakable. The peasantry would no longer accept their subordinate position without question. Similar revolts erupted across Europe over the following decades, each one challenging the assumption that social hierarchy was natural and eternal. In Flanders, weavers and other urban craftsmen rose against their noble overlords. In England, rural labourers and urban artisans would soon unite in an even more dramatic challenge to established authority. The English Peasants' Revolt of 1381 brought armed rebels to the gates of London itself and revealed how completely the old social order had lost legitimacy among the common people. The immediate trigger was a poll tax that fell most heavily on the poor, but the underlying causes went much deeper. The plague years had created a generation of peasants who had experienced unprecedented mobility and economic opportunity. Many had left their ancestral villages to work for wages in other regions. Others had inherited multiple holdings when entire families died of plague. Still others had learned crafts and trades that gave them economic independence. These people had tasted freedom and prosperity, and they were no longer willing to accept the restrictions and obligations of traditional serfdom. When royal officials tried to reimpose feudal bonds and collect new taxes to finance the war in France, they met with organized resistance that quickly escalated into open rebellion. The rebels weren't just demanding lower taxes or better working conditions. They were calling for the complete abolition of serfdom and the redistribution of church property. Wat Tyler, one of the rebellion's leaders, articulated demands that would have been unthinkable before the plague years. He called for the elimination of all social distinctions, except those based on merit and moral character. He demanded that church lands be divided among the poor. He insisted that all men should be free to buy and sell in any market without restriction. These weren't the grievances of downtrodden peasants begging for mercy from their social superiors. They were the demands of people who had glimpsed an entirely different way of organizing society and were determined to make it reality. The revolt was eventually suppressed, and Tyler was killed during negotiations with the young King Richard II. But the concessions that the king had been forced to make, even temporarily, revealed how precarious royal authority had become. For several days, the rebels had effectively controlled the capital of England. They had executed nobles and royal officials with impunity. They had forced the king himself to negotiate with commoners as political equals. The mystique of royal authority had been shattered as thoroughly as the walls of the castles the rebels had burned. The long-term consequences of these uprisings extended far beyond their immediate political impact. The very fact that peasants could organize coordinated military campaigns, articulate sophisticated political programs, and challenge royal authority demonstrated that the intellectual and organizational capabilities once monopolized by the nobility had spread throughout society. The plague years had not just redistributed economic resources. They had redistributed human capital in ways that made the old social hierarchy impossible to maintain. These social revolutions were taking place against the backdrop of even more fundamental changes in European religious life. The Black Death had created a crisis of faith that manifested in both extreme religious enthusiasm and growing skepticism about church authority. Some people responded to the plague by intensifying their devotion, creating new forms of mystical religion that emphasized direct personal relationship with God rather than institutional mediation. Others concluded that if God allowed such horrors, then either God didn't exist or wasn't worth worshipping. The flagellant movement that emerged during the plague years represented one extreme of this religious ferment. Groups of penitents traveled from town to town, whipping themselves bloody in public displays of contrition while preaching that the end of the world was at hand. Their processions attracted enormous crowds and created an atmosphere of religious hysteria that often exploded into violence against Jews, lepers, and other scapegoats blamed for God's wrath. But the flagellants also challenged church authority in fundamental ways. They claimed direct divine inspiration for their activities and rejected the need for priestly mediation in achieving salvation. Their leaders preached that the institutional church was corrupt and that true Christians should seek God through personal suffering and devotion rather than through sacraments administered by sinful clergy. Pope Clement VI condemned the movement and ordered secular authorities to suppress it, but the damage to church prestige was already done. At the other extreme were movements that questioned not just church authority, but Christian doctrine itself. The Brothers of the Free Spirit, active in the Low Countries and Germany, taught that humans could achieve perfect union with God in this life, and that those who reached this mystical state were no longer bound by moral law or church teaching. Their antinomian theology attracted followers who used claims of spiritual perfection to justify behavior that scandalized conventional believers. More dangerous to church authority were the scholarly critics who used the new methods of textual analysis to challenge fundamental assumptions about Christian history and doctrine. The Italian humanist Lorenzo Valla applied philological techniques to prove that the donation of Constantine, which had been used to justify papal temporal authority for centuries, was actually a medieval forgery. His analysis didn't just discredit a particular papal claim. It demonstrated that supposedly ancient authorities could be subjected to rational criticism and found wanting. These intellectual challenges to traditional authority were amplified by technological innovations that were transforming how information spread throughout European society. The development of paper manufacturing, which reached Europe from the Islamic world during the 14th century, made writing materials far cheaper and more widely available. The improvement of eyeglasses during the same period allowed scholars to work longer and more effectively. Most importantly, experiments with printing technology were beginning to create the possibility of reproducing texts quickly and accurately on an unprecedented scale. Johannes Gutenberg's invention of movable type printing around 1440 represented one of those technological breakthroughs that fundamentally alter the trajectory of human development. For the first time in history, knowledge could be reproduced mechanically rather than through the laborious process of hand copying. A text that had once existed in a few dozen manuscript copies could now be printed in thousands of identical editions and distributed across the continent within months. The immediate impact of printing was to democratize access to learning in ways that threatened every form of traditional authority. Church control over education had been based partly on the monopoly that monasteries and cathedral schools maintained over book production. When manuscripts had to be copied by hand, the Church could effectively control which texts were preserved and how they were interpreted. But printed books could circulate without official approval, and dangerous ideas could spread faster than authorities could suppress them. The printing revolution also revealed how much knowledge had been lost or corrupted during the manuscript era. When multiple copies of the same text could be compared systematically, scholars discovered countless variations, omissions, and interpolations that had crept in during centuries of hand copying. Classical authors like Cicero and Livy, whose works had been known only through fragmentary medieval copies, could now be published in complete and accurate editions based on the best available manuscripts. This recovery of authentic classical texts accelerated the intellectual revolution that was already underway. Medieval scholars had worked with Latin translations of Greek works that had often been translated multiple times and severely corrupted in the process. Renaissance humanists could now access original Greek texts and discover how much ancient learning had been misunderstood or deliberately distorted by medieval interpreters. The philosophical implications of these discoveries were profound. Medieval intellectual culture had been based on the assumption that all important truths had been revealed in the past, and that the task of each generation was to preserve and interpret this inherited wisdom. But if so much inherited knowledge was demonstrably wrong or corrupted, then perhaps human understanding could actually improve over time through systematic investigation and critical analysis. This shift from preservation to innovation was perhaps the most fundamental change that separated the emerging modern world from its medieval predecessor. Medieval civilization had been essentially conservative, seeking to maintain traditional arrangements and resist dangerous novelties. The new European culture embraced change as natural and desirable, developing institutions and intellectual methods that were designed to promote rather than prevent innovation. The military sphere was experiencing equally revolutionary changes that were making traditional forms of warfare obsolete. The longbow tactics that had given English armies their devastating victories at Crécy and Agincourt demonstrated that common soldiers could defeat heavily armoured knights through superior technology and discipline. But even more transformative were the gunpowder weapons that were beginning to appear on European battlefields during the late 14th century. The first cannons were crude, dangerous devices that posed almost as much threat to their operators as to their targets. But military engineers quickly recognized their revolutionary potential and began developing more reliable and effective designs. By the 1420s, artillery was sophisticated enough to breach castle walls that had withstood siege for months. The Hungarian military engineer Orban's massive cannons played a crucial role in the Ottoman capture of Constantinople in 1453, demonstrating that even the strongest medieval fortifications were helpless against properly deployed artillery. The psychological impact of gunpowder weapons was as important as their military effectiveness. The thunderous roar of cannon fire and the acrid smell of gunpowder smoke created an atmosphere of supernatural terror that undermined the mystique of traditional warfare. Knights who had justified their social privileges through their military prowess found themselves increasingly irrelevant on battlefields dominated by artillery and firearms. Handheld firearms were developing with similar speed. The early arquebuses were slow to load and unreliable in wet weather, but they required far less training than the longbow and could penetrate armor that had taken craftsmen years to forge. A peasant could learn to operate an arquebus effectively in a few weeks, while training a skilled longbowman took years of practice. The democratization of military technology was proceeding in parallel with the democratization of knowledge and economic opportunity. These military innovations accelerated the political centralization that was already transforming European government. Professional armies equipped with gunpowder weapons were expensive to maintain, but far more effective than traditional feudal levies. Kings who could afford to equip and train such forces gained decisive advantages over rivals who relied on feudal military service. The French monarchy was particularly successful at exploiting these opportunities, using professional artillery and infantry to break the power of regional nobles and create the first truly centralized European state since the Roman Empire. The Siege of Castillon in 1453, which ended the Hundred Years' War, demonstrated the new military reality with brutal clarity. English knights who had dominated French battlefields for over a century were annihilated by French artillery in a battle that lasted only a few hours. The age of knightly warfare was definitively over, and with it went the military basis of feudal society. The transformation of warfare had profound implications for European political development. The expensive equipment and specialized training required for effective use of gunpowder weapons meant that military power was becoming concentrated in the hands of rulers who could afford professional armies. Local nobles who had maintained their independence through military prowess found themselves increasingly dependent on royal favor and state resources. This centralization of military power was accompanied by corresponding changes in legal and administrative systems. The new monarchies required more efficient methods of taxation to support their professional armies. They needed standardized legal codes that could govern diverse territories conquered through military expansion. They demanded loyal bureaucracies that could administer royal policy throughout their kingdoms without relying on the cooperation of local nobles. France under Charles VII and Louis XI pioneered many of these innovations. The taille, a direct royal tax that bypassed feudal intermediaries, provided reliable revenue for military expenses. The pragmatic sanction of Bourges asserted royal control over church appointments and revenues within French territory. Professional administrators trained in Roman law replaced feudal officials whose loyalty was divided between royal and local interests. By 1500, the French monarchy had achieved a level of centralized control that would have been unimaginable during the height of feudalism. England was experiencing a similar transformation, though the process was complicated by the dynastic conflicts known as the Wars of the Roses. These struggles, which raged intermittently from 1455 to 1485, represented the death throes of the old feudal nobility. The great aristocratic families that had dominated English politics since the Norman conquest destroyed each other in a series of increasingly brutal conflicts that left the traditional ruling class decimated and exhausted. When Henry Tudor emerged victorious at the Battle of Bosworth in 1485, he inherited a kingdom where the old sources of noble power had been systematically eliminated. The private armies that had made great lords semi-independent were disbanded. The vast estates that had supported aristocratic autonomy were confiscated and redistributed. The complex web of feudal loyalties that had divided England into competing spheres of influence was replaced by direct royal administration. The Tudor monarchy that emerged from this chaos possessed capabilities that far exceeded those of its medieval predecessors. Professional bureaucrats administered royal policy throughout the kingdom. Justices of the peace, appointed directly by the crown, maintained order in local communities. Parliament, though still important, found its role increasingly limited to approving royal policies rather than initiating independent legislation. Spain was undergoing an even more dramatic transformation through the union of Castile and Aragon under Ferdinand and Isabella. Their marriage in 1469 created a power block that would soon dominate European politics, but their methods revealed how far political thinking had evolved from medieval norms. Instead of relying on feudal obligations or traditional privileges, they systematically built state institutions that could function independently of personal relationships and customary arrangements. The Spanish Inquisition, established in 1478, served multiple purposes beyond its ostensible religious mission. While it was designed to ensure Catholic orthodoxy throughout their kingdoms, it also functioned as an instrument of political centralization that broke the independence of local nobility and clergy, while creating a bureaucratic apparatus that answered directly to royal authority. The Inquisition's procedures and organization became models for other forms of state administration throughout the Spanish territories. The expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492 was similarly motivated by political as well as religious considerations. The Jewish communities that were forced to leave had maintained complex networks of commercial and financial relationships that operated independently of royal control. Their elimination removed potential sources of divided loyalty, while concentrating economic resources in institutions that were more directly subordinate to royal authority. These new monarchies were fundamentally different from their medieval predecessors in their relationship to law, territory, and population. Medieval kings had ruled through personal relationships and traditional privileges that varied dramatically from region to region. The new rulers created uniform legal codes, systematic tax collection, and professional bureaucracies that could govern vast territories according to rational principles, rather than customary arrangements. The intellectual foundations for these political innovations were being developed by scholars who were rediscovering classical texts on government and law. The recovery of complete works by authors like Cicero and Livy provided models of effective administration and political organization that hadn't been available during the medieval period. Roman law, with its emphasis on systematic legal principles and uniform application, offered alternatives to the fragmentary customary laws that had governed medieval society. Humanist scholars were also developing new methods of historical analysis that revealed the contingent nature of existing political arrangements. When they could demonstrate that current institutions had evolved from particular historical circumstances rather than divine command or natural law, they opened the possibility that alternative arrangements might be both possible and desirable. The assumption that traditional authority was natural and eternal was giving way to recognition that human institutions could be consciously reformed and improved. This intellectual revolution was accelerated by the fall of Constantinople to the Ottoman Empire in 1453. The event had multiple consequences that extended far beyond its immediate military and political impact. For over a millennium, the Byzantine Empire had served as a bridge between the classical world and medieval Europe. Its capital had been the last remnant of the Roman Empire, a living link to the ancient world that medieval Europeans revered but could never fully recapture. When Sultan Mehmed II's cannons breached the Theodosian walls on May 29, 1453, they didn't just conquer a city. They severed the final connection to antiquity and forced Europeans to recognize that they were living in an entirely new historical era. The psychological impact of Constantinople's fall resonated throughout Christendom, shattering the comforting illusion of continuity with the classical past and forcing recognition that the Christian world was smaller, weaker, and more vulnerable than anyone had wanted to admit. The fall of the city also had immediate practical consequences for European intellectual development. Byzantine scholars fleeing westward brought with them manuscripts that had been lost to Western Europe for centuries. Complete works of Plato, advanced Greek mathematical treatises, and sophisticated theological texts suddenly became available to scholars who had only known these traditions through fragmentary Latin translations. This influx of authentic Greek sources revealed how much classical learning had been lost or distorted during the medieval period. Plato's political philosophy which had been known in Western Europe mainly through brief summaries and second-hand references, could now be studied in its full complexity. His Republican laws provided models of systematic political analysis that influenced humanist thinking about government and society throughout the Renaissance period. The mathematical and scientific texts that arrived with the Byzantine refugees were equally revolutionary. Euclid's Elements could now be studied in complete and accurate Greek editions, rather than through the corrupted Latin translations that had been used in medieval universities. Advanced Greek works on astronomy, medicine, and natural philosophy provided foundations for the scientific revolution that would transform European understanding of the natural world during the following centuries. Perhaps most importantly, the fall of Constantinople disrupted the traditional trade routes that had connected Europe to Asian markets for over a millennium. Spices, silks, and other luxury goods that had flowed through the Byzantine capital now came with higher prices and greater uncertainty. This economic pressure created powerful incentives for Europeans to find alternative routes to Asian markets, setting the stage for the age of exploration that would soon carry European influence to every corner of the globe. The Portuguese had been pioneers in developing new navigation technologies and oceanic exploration techniques throughout the 15th century. Prince Henry the Navigator's systematic support for maritime exploration had produced a series of innovations in shipbuilding, navigation, and cartography that made long-distance oceanic voyaging safer and more predictable. Portuguese navigators had developed reliable methods for determining latitude and had begun mapping the African coast with unprecedented accuracy. When Bartolomeu Dias rounded the Cape of Good Hope in 1488, he opened a sea route to the Indian Ocean that bypassed Ottoman-controlled territories entirely. This achievement represented more than just commercial innovation. It demonstrated that systematic application of human reason and technology could overcome obstacles that had seemed insurmountable for centuries. The success of Portuguese exploration created powerful incentives for other European kingdoms to develop their own oceanic capabilities. The Spanish decision to support Christopher Columbus's westward voyage in 1492 was made possible by all the technological, economic, and intellectual developments that had been accumulating throughout the 15th century. Columbus's ships used compass navigation, improved rigging, and mathematical techniques for calculating position that had been refined through decades of Portuguese exploration. His expedition was financed through the sophisticated banking networks that had developed during the commercial revolution of the late medieval period. The discovery of the Americas represented the final break with medieval geographical assumptions. For over 1,000 years, Europeans had believed that the inhabited world consisted of 3 continents surrounded by an impassable ocean. Medieval maps showed Jerusalem at the center of the world, with Europe, Asia, and Africa arranged in a sacred geography that reflected theological rather than empirical considerations. The existence of entirely unknown continents populated by peoples who had never heard of Christianity shattered this comforting worldview and forced Europeans to recognize that their traditional authorities had been profoundly ignorant about fundamental aspects of reality. The psychological impact of these discoveries was as important as their practical consequences, revealing that the world was vastly larger, more diverse, and more complex than anyone had imagined. Meanwhile, the religious unity that had defined medieval Christendom was disintegrating with accelerating speed. The papacy had never fully recovered from the scandals of the Great Schism, and new challenges to religious authority were emerging that went far beyond questions of church governance. The printing press was making critical and satirical treatments of religious topics more widespread than ever before, while the recovery of classical texts was providing alternative philosophical frameworks that competed with Christian theology. In the German territories of the Holy Roman Empire, popular preachers were attracting massive audiences. By denouncing clerical corruption and calling for fundamental reforms, that challenge basic assumptions about religious authority. The sale of indulgences had become so systematic and aggressive that it resembled a commercial enterprise more than a spiritual practice, offending not just theological sensibilities, but also the emerging capitalist mentality that was spreading throughout urban Europe. These religious tensions were exacerbated by the broader social and economic changes that were transforming European society. The growth of literacy that had resulted from printing meant that ordinary people could read scripture and theological treatises for themselves rather than relying on clerical interpretation. The commercial revolution had created new classes of urban professionals whose wealth and education gave them both the means and the motivation to challenge traditional authorities. The intellectual methods that humanist scholars had developed for analyzing classical texts were being applied to religious questions with devastating effect. When critical analysis revealed that supposedly ancient religious authorities contained obvious errors, interpolations, and forgeries, it became impossible to maintain that any human institution possessed infallible knowledge of divine truth. The same empirical methods that were revolutionizing natural philosophy were undermining the foundations of religious orthodoxy. By 1500, every major institution of medieval society was either dead or dying. The feudal system that had organized rural life for centuries was giving way to new arrangements based on wage labor and market relationships. The universal church that had provided spiritual unity for 1,000 years had lost its monopoly over religious truth and was facing challenges that would soon split Western Christianity permanently. The knightly class that had dominated warfare was being replaced by professional soldiers armed with gunpowder weapons. The local authorities that had governed medieval communities were being absorbed into centralized nation-states. From the ruins of this collapsed civilization, something unprecedented in human history was emerging. The intellectual revolution that had begun with humanist scholarship and the rediscovery of classical texts was producing new methods of investigation that would eventually transform human understanding of everything from planetary motion to biological evolution. The technological innovations that had started with improvements in navigation and printing were creating possibilities for global communication and exploration that would soon make the medieval world seem impossibly small and isolated. The economic changes that had begun with the commercial revolution were creating new forms of social organization based on market relationships rather than traditional hierarchies. The political innovations that had emerged from the chaos of the late medieval period were producing centralized states with unprecedented capabilities for mobilizing resources and coordinating human activity across vast territories. Most fundamentally, the conservative mentality that had sought to preserve traditional arrangements and resist dangerous novelties was being replaced by a progressive outlook that embraced change as natural and desirable. Medieval civilization had been built on the assumption that all important truths had been revealed in the past, and that human institutions should resist innovation in favor of preserving inherited wisdom. The new European culture was developing institutions and intellectual methods that were designed to promote rather than prevent innovation and discovery. The printing press ensured that new ideas could spread rapidly throughout the continent. The universities were beginning to emphasize empirical investigation rather than commentary on ancient authorities. The emerging nation-states were creating bureaucratic systems that could adapt to changing circumstances rather than simply preserving traditional arrangements. The Renaissance was reaching its full flowering in Italian city-states like Florence and Venice, where wealthy merchants were commissioning artists and scholars to explore new possibilities in painting, sculpture, and architecture, while scholars were developing new methods of investigation that would eventually revolutionize human understanding of the natural world. The artistic innovations emerging from Italian workshops represented more than just aesthetic developments. They reflected fundamental changes in how Europeans understood the relationship between human creativity and divine truth. Medieval art had typically presented religious subjects through stylized, symbolic representations that emphasized spiritual rather than physical reality. The new Renaissance masters were creating works that celebrated both divine and human beauty through careful observation of natural forms. Masaccio's frescoes in the Brancacci Chapel demonstrated how mathematical perspective could create convincing illusions of three-dimensional space on flat surfaces. His Holy Trinity used geometric principles to place viewers in a specific architectural setting that seemed to extend beyond the church wall itself. This wasn't just technical virtuosity. It represented a new confidence in human ability to understand and represent the structure of physical reality. Donatello's bronze David, completed around 1440, was the first freestanding nude sculpture created in Europe since antiquity. Its sensuous celebration of the human body would have been unthinkable during the height of medieval piety, when physical beauty was typically seen as a distraction from spiritual truth. The sculpture's existence revealed how completely European attitudes toward human nature had been transformed by the intellectual and social revolutions of the preceding century. Architecture was evolving in equally revolutionary directions. Filippo Brunelleschi's dome for Florence Cathedral, completed in 1436, demonstrated that modern engineering could rival the achievements of antiquity while incorporating innovations that the Romans had never imagined. His systematic study of classical buildings in Rome had provided models for Renaissance architecture, but his willingness to experiment with new structural techniques produced results that exceeded ancient precedents. Leon Battista Alberti was developing theoretical foundations for this architectural revolution through systematic study of classical texts and mathematical principles. His treatises on painting, sculpture, and architecture provided intellectual frameworks that transformed these crafts from traditional trades into learned professions. Alberti's emphasis on mathematical proportion and classical precedent created standards of beauty and harmony that would influence European art for centuries. These artistic developments weren't confined to Italy. Jan van Eyck and other Flemish masters were developing oil painting techniques that allowed unprecedented realism in representing textures, lighting, and atmospheric effects. Their portraits captured individual psychology and character with an accuracy that revealed new interest in human personality as a subject worthy of artistic attention. The merchant patrons who commissioned these works weren't seeking religious instruction or spiritual elevation. They wanted artistic representations that celebrated their own achievements and status. The printing press was accelerating the spread of these artistic innovations by making possible the reproduction and distribution of images as well as texts. Woodcut and engraving techniques allowed artists to reach audiences throughout Europe, rather than being confined to local patrons. Albrecht Dürer's prints demonstrated how Northern European artists could combine Flemish attention to detail with Italian understanding of classical proportion and perspective. More fundamentally, printing was transforming the entire intellectual culture of Europe by making possible new forms of scholarly collaboration and debate. When multiple copies of the same text could be produced quickly and accurately, scholars in different cities could work with identical sources and compare their findings systematically. Errors and corruptions that had accumulated during centuries of manuscript copying could be identified and corrected through comparison of multiple editions. The Aldine Press in Venice pioneered the production of affordable editions of classical texts that made Greek and Latin literature accessible to readers throughout Europe. Aldus Manutius developed new typefaces and book formats that combined scholarly accuracy with commercial appeal. His octavo editions of classical authors created a new market for portable books that educated readers could carry with them, rather than consulting only in libraries or scriptoriums. This democratization of learning had profound implications for every field of knowledge. Medical students could now own personal copies of Galen and Hippocrates, rather than relying on professors' lectures and hand-copied notes. Legal scholars, could compare different versions of Roman law codes and identify the most authoritative readings. Natural philosophers could share their observations and theories with colleagues across the continent within months rather than years. The scientific investigations that would eventually revolutionize European understanding of the natural world were already emerging from this new intellectual environment. Leonardo da Vinci was conducting systematic anatomical studies that revealed the inadequacy of medieval medical theories based on ancient authorities. His dissections of human corpses provided more accurate information about bodily structure and function than could be found in any existing textbook. Leonardo's engineering notebooks demonstrated that systematic observation and experimentation could solve practical problems that had puzzled craftsmen for centuries. His designs for flying machines, though not technically feasible with available materials, showed how mathematical analysis could be applied to mechanical problems. His studies of water flow and hydraulic engineering provided foundations for more efficient irrigation and industrial systems. Similar investigative approaches were being applied to astronomy, where careful observation was revealing increasing problems with the Ptolemaic system that had dominated medieval cosmology. The complex arrangements of epicycles and deferents that medieval scholars had used to explain planetary motion were becoming increasingly unwieldy as more precise measurements revealed discrepancies that couldn't be resolved within the traditional framework. Georg Peuerbach and Johannes Regiomontanus were developing new observational techniques and mathematical methods that would eventually make possible the revolutionary insights of later astronomers. Their epitome of the Almagest provided the most accurate summary of Ptolemaic astronomy that had been produced since antiquity, but it also revealed the system's internal contradictions and computational difficulties. The recovery of ancient Greek mathematical texts was providing alternative approaches to astronomical problems that hadn't been available during the medieval period. Apollonius's work on conic sections and Archimedes' studies of mathematical physics offered tools that could be applied to understanding planetary motion in ways that purely geometric models could not accommodate. In medicine, physicians were beginning to question the authority of ancient texts and rely more heavily on direct anatomical observation. The rediscovery of complete works by Galen revealed that medieval medicine was based on translations of translations that had often distorted or misunderstood the original Greek sources. More importantly, direct access to Galen's own descriptions of his anatomical investigations showed that ancient physicians had been far more empirical in their approach than their medieval interpreters had realized. Universities in Italy and France were beginning to require medical students to observe human dissections rather than simply reading textual descriptions of bodily structure. Mondino de Luzzi's Anatomia, written in the early 14th century, provided the first systematic guide to human dissection that had been produced since antiquity. Though still heavily influenced by Galenic theory, it represented a crucial step toward empirical medical education. These medical investigations were being facilitated by changes in religious and legal attitudes toward human dissection. Medieval canon law had generally prohibited the opening of human corpses, but the practical needs of legal and medical education were creating exceptions that gradually expanded into systematic anatomical study. Pope Sixtus IV's bull of 1482 explicitly authorized human dissection for educational purposes, removing the last official barriers to anatomical investigation. The economic foundations that supported all these intellectual and artistic developments were also undergoing fundamental transformation. The monetary system that had evolved during the commercial revolution was becoming increasingly sophisticated and international in scope. Italian banking houses like the Medici had developed financial instruments that could transfer wealth across vast distances and facilitate trade relationships that spanned continents. The discovery of new silver deposits in Central Europe was dramatically increasing the money supply and stimulating economic activity throughout the continent. Improved mining techniques that had been developed in response to military needs were being applied to civilian extraction. creating new sources of wealth that didn't depend on agricultural production or traditional craft manufacturing. The Fugger banking house of Augsburg demonstrated how these new financial networks could be used to support economic ventures of unprecedented scale and complexity. Their loans to the Habsburg dynasty provided the capital necessary for Charles V's election as Holy Roman Emperor, while their investments in mining operations across Central Europe generated profits that funded further expansion of their commercial activities. Cities that had been modest medieval towns were growing into major commercial centers as entrepreneurs took advantage of new opportunities created by expanded trade networks and improved transportation. Venice and Genoa had become wealthy through their dominance of Mediterranean trade, but inland cities like Augsburg and Nuremberg were also prospering through their positions on overland trade routes that connected northern and southern Europe. These economic changes were creating new social relationships that didn't fit neatly into traditional medieval categories. Successful merchants and bankers often possessed more real wealth and practical influence than many nobles, but they lacked the legal privileges and social recognition that came with aristocratic birth. This tension between economic reality and social tradition was creating pressures that would eventually explode into the religious and political revolutions of the early modern period. The guild system that had organized medieval craft production was coming under increasing pressure from new forms of economic organization. Entrepreneurs were developing putting-out systems that coordinated production across multiple workshops and rural households, bypassing the restrictions that guilds had traditionally imposed on manufacturing. These proto-industrial arrangements were more efficient and flexible than traditional craft production, but they also undermined the social solidarity and economic security that the guild system had provided for urban workers. Rural areas were experiencing equally profound changes as landlords experimented with new agricultural techniques and land use patterns. The three-field system that had dominated medieval agriculture was giving way to more intensive farming methods that required greater capital investment, but produced substantially higher yields. Specialized crops like wine grapes and textile plants were replacing subsistence farming in regions with favorable market access. These agricultural improvements were essential for supporting the growing urban populations that were driving European economic development. The demographic recovery that had followed the Black Death was creating new demands for food and manufactured goods that couldn't be met through traditional production methods. Innovation in both agriculture and manufacturing was becoming necessary for economic survival, rather than simply desirable for increased profits. The political structures that governed this transformed society were also evolving rapidly. The centralized monarchies that had emerged from the chaos of the late medieval period were developing administrative capabilities that far exceeded anything seen since the Roman Empire. Professional bureaucracies were replacing the personal relationships and traditional privileges that had characterized medieval government. France under Louis I had become the most successfully centralized European state through systematic elimination of rival power centers. The great feudal duchies that had challenged royal authority for centuries were either absorbed into the royal domain or reduced to ceremonial positions without real political influence. The Duke of Burgundy's death in 1477 eliminated the last serious threat to French unity and allowed the monarchy to concentrate resources on external expansion rather than internal consolidation. England was completing its own transition from feudal monarchy to centralized state under Henry VII. The Tudor dynasty that emerged from the Wars of the Roses possessed capabilities that far exceeded those of its medieval predecessors. Parliament's role was increasingly limited to approving royal policies rather than initiating independent legislation. Local government was administered through justices of the peace appointed directly by the crown rather than through feudal intermediaries. Spain was achieving even more dramatic centralization through the union of Castile and Aragon under Ferdinand and Isabella. Their systematic construction of state institutions that operated independently of traditional privileges and local customs created the most efficient government in Europe. The Spanish Inquisition served as both a religious and political instrument that broke regional autonomy while creating uniform administrative procedures throughout their territories. These new monarchies were fundamentally different from their medieval predecessors in their relationship to law, territory, and population. Medieval kings had ruled through personal relationships and traditional privileges that varied dramatically from region to region. The new rulers created uniform legal codes, systematic tax collection, and professional bureaucracies that could govern vast territories according to rational principles rather than customary arrangements. The intellectual foundations for these political innovations were being provided by scholars who were rediscovering classical texts on government and law. The recovery of complete works by authors like Cicero and Livy provided models of effective administration and political organization that hadn't been available during the medieval period. Roman law, with its emphasis on systematic legal principles and uniform application, offered alternatives to the fragmentary customary laws that had governed medieval society. Humanist scholars were also developing new methods of historical analysis that revealed the contingent nature of existing political arrangements. When they could demonstrate that current institutions had evolved from particular historical circumstances rather than divine command or natural law, they opened the possibility that alternative arrangements might be both possible and desirable. Niccolò Machiavelli was developing the most systematic analysis of these new political realities in his observations of Italian city-state politics. His recognition that successful government required practical effectiveness rather than conformity to traditional moral principles represented a revolutionary break from medieval political theory. The Prince, though not yet written, was already being anticipated in the political practices that Machiavelli was observing and analyzing. The military innovations that had begun during the late medieval period were reaching full maturity by the end of the 15th century. Professional armies equipped with gunpowder weapons had proven their superiority over traditional feudal levies in conflicts across Europe. Artillery had made medieval fortifications obsolete and forced military engineers to develop new defensive systems based on mathematical principles rather than traditional castle-building techniques. The French invasion of Italy in 1494 demonstrated how completely the nature of European warfare had been transformed. Charles VIII's army moved through the Italian peninsula with unprecedented speed, using portable artillery to breach fortifications that had previously been considered impregnable. Italian city-states that had maintained their independence through superior fortifications found themselves helpless against French cannons and professional infantry. This military revolution was accelerating the political transformation that was already underway. Warfare was becoming so expensive and technically complex that only centralized states with substantial financial resources could maintain effective armies. Local nobles who had maintained their independence through military prowess found themselves increasingly dependent on royal favor and state support. The Ottoman Empire's expansion into southeastern Europe was providing additional pressure for military innovation and political consolidation. The fall of Constantinople in 1453 had been followed by Ottoman advances into Hungary and the Balkans that threatened the heart of Christian Europe. Only coordinated resistance by major European powers could hope to contain Ottoman expansion, and such coordination required the kind of centralized authority that the new monarchies were developing. The discovery of the Americas was creating entirely new possibilities for European expansion that would soon transform the global balance of power. Columbus's voyages had revealed the existence of unknown continents that offered unprecedented opportunities for wealth and territorial expansion. But exploiting these opportunities would require the kind of systematic organization and resource mobilization that only the new centralized states could provide. Spain was the first European power to recognize and exploit the potential of American expansion. The conquest of the Aztec and Inca empires during the early 16th century would provide the Spanish monarchy with resources that dwarfed anything available in Europe. But this success was made possible by the administrative and military innovations that Ferdinand and Isabella had developed during their consolidation of power in Iberia. By 1500, every aspect of European civilization had been fundamentally transformed. The feudal system that had organized medieval society lay in ruins, replaced by centralized monarchies and market economies. The universal church that had provided spiritual unity for 1,000 years had lost its monopoly over religious truth and was facing challenges that would soon split Western Christianity permanently. The intellectual methods and cultural assumptions that had shaped medieval learning had given way to empirical investigation and critical analysis that would eventually revolutionize human understanding of the natural world. The conservative mentality that had sought to preserve traditional arrangements was being replaced by a progressive outlook that embraced innovation and change as natural and desirable. From the ashes of medieval civilization, something unprecedented in human history had emerged, a culture based on systematic inquiry, technological innovation, and the belief that human reason could understand and improve the natural world. The Renaissance was reaching its full flowering, carrying Europeans toward global exploration, scientific revolution, and political transformation that would reshape not just Europe, but the entire planet. The medieval world was definitively dead. What had risen from its grave was recognizably modern, the foundation of the civilization we still inhabit today. The transformation had required the destruction of a 1,000-year-old social order, the death of millions, and the collapse of every major institution that had given meaning and structure to European life for countless generations. But from this catastrophic destruction had come possibilities that medieval Europeans could never have imagined. The systematic investigation of the natural world that would eventually produce modern science and technology. The exploration of unknown continents that would create the first truly global civilization. The development of political and economic institutions that could coordinate human activity on unprecedented scales. The price had been enormous, paid in the blood and tears of generations who lived through the death of one world and the violent birth of another. Yet that price had purchased something extraordinary, the emergence of a civilization with capabilities and ambitions that would soon reshape not just European society, but the entire planet. The age of exploration, scientific revolution, and global empire was about to begin. The modern era, with all its promise and peril, was finally at hand. The long night of the Middle Ages had ended, and the dawn of a new world was breaking across the European horizon. The survivors of the medieval world's collapse stood at the threshold of something entirely unprecedented. By 1500, the 1,000-year-old civilization that had once seemed eternal lay in complete ruins. What emerged from this devastation would be recognizably modern, but the final transformation required one last, decisive blow to the old order. The printing revolution had done more than just democratize knowledge. It had fundamentally altered the relationship between authority and information. When Johannes Gutenberg perfected movable type around 1440, he couldn't have imagined that his invention would destroy the intellectual monopoly that had sustained medieval civilization for a millennium. By 1500, over 40,000 different titles had been printed across Europe, flooding the continent with ideas that no authority could control or suppress. The impact was immediate and catastrophic for traditional power structures. Church control over education had been based partly on the monopoly that monasteries maintained over book production. When manuscripts had to be copied by hand, a single text might exist in only a dozen copies, all carefully controlled by religious institutions. But printed books could circulate without official approval, and dangerous ideas could spread faster than authorities could track them. The Bible itself became a weapon against church authority when it was printed in vernacular languages. Before printing, scripture in German, English, or French existed only in carefully controlled manuscript copies that were often confiscated and their owners persecuted. But printed Bibles in common languages could be produced in thousands of copies and hidden in homes throughout Europe. For the first time since the early Christian period, ordinary believers could read Scripture for themselves and discover how far church practices had diverged from biblical teaching. This democratization of religious knowledge accelerated the growth of heretical movements that had been simmering since the Plague Years. The Lollard movement in England, which had been driven underground during the early 15th century, began to resurface as printed materials made their ideas more accessible. Lollard beliefs about vernacular scripture, clerical marriage, and the illegitimacy of church property spread through networks of craftsmen and farmers who had been radicalized by decades of social upheaval. The Hussite movement in Bohemia had already demonstrated that organized resistance to church authority could survive and prosper despite official persecution. The moderate Hussites had reached a compromise with Rome that allowed them to maintain many of their distinctive practices, but radical groups continued to reject papal authority entirely. Their printing presses in Prague produced Czech-language religious texts that spread their theology throughout Central Europe, creating a permanent challenge to Catholic orthodoxy. Even more dangerous were the new critical methods that humanist scholars were applying to religious texts. Lorenzo Valla's philological analysis had already proven that the donation of Constantine was a medieval forgery, but his techniques were being applied to other supposedly ancient authorities with equally devastating results. When scholars could demonstrate that church traditions were based on documents that were demonstrably false or corrupted, the entire edifice of papal authority began to crumble. The printing press amplified these scholarly discoveries exponentially. Valla's critique of the donation, which had previously been confined to a few manuscript copies in Italian libraries, was now available in printed editions that circulated throughout Northern Europe. University students in Paris and Oxford could read the same textual analyses that were being produced in Florence and Rome, creating a continent-wide community of scholars who shared methods and findings that undermined traditional authorities. Meanwhile, the economic transformation of Europe was creating new social groups whose interests conflicted fundamentally with medieval arrangements. The commercial revolution had produced a class of wealthy merchants and bankers who possessed more real power than many nobles, but lacked the legal privileges and social recognition that came with aristocratic birth. These urban elites were increasingly unwilling to accept their subordinate position in a social hierarchy that no longer reflected economic reality. The guild system that had organized medieval urban life was collapsing under pressure from new forms of economic organization. Entrepreneurs were developing putting-out systems that bypassed guild restrictions by distributing work to rural households and independent craftsmen. These proto-industrial arrangements were more efficient than traditional guild production, but they also destroyed the social solidarity and economic security that had made urban life stable during the medieval period. Rural areas were experiencing equally disruptive changes. The agricultural improvements that had been necessary to feed growing urban populations were transforming countryside relationships. Landlords were experimenting with new crops and farming techniques that required substantial capital investment but generated higher profits. The three-field system that had dominated medieval agriculture was giving way to more intensive methods that treated land as a commodity to be exploited rather than a traditional inheritance to be preserved. These economic changes were accelerated by the influx of precious metals from the Americas, which was beginning to alter European monetary systems in fundamental ways. Spanish conquests in Mexico and Peru were producing quantities of silver that dwarfed anything available from European mines. This American silver was flowing into European markets through Spanish trade networks, creating inflation that disrupted traditional economic relationships and further undermined the stability of medieval social arrangements. The political implications of these monetary changes were profound. Kings who had access to American wealth could afford to maintain professional armies and bureaucracies that made them independent of traditional sources of noble and clerical support. The Spanish monarchy was the first to exploit these opportunities systematically, using American silver to finance military campaigns and administrative expansion that made Spain the dominant European power. Charles V's election as Holy Roman Emperor in 1519 demonstrated how completely the nature of European politics had been transformed. His victory was secured not through traditional feudal relationships or dynastic claims, but through the systematic bribery of German electors using money borrowed against future American silver shipments. The Fugger banking house of Augsburg provided the loans that made his election possible, creating a new form of international finance that operated independently of traditional political authorities. The military revolution that had begun with gunpowder weapons was reaching its final maturity during this period. The French invasion of Italy in 1494 had demonstrated the obsolescence of medieval fortifications and military tactics, but the Italian wars that followed showed how completely the nature of warfare had changed. Professional armies equipped with artillery and firearms were fighting campaigns that involved entire populations rather than just noble warrior classes. The siege of Pavia in 1525, where Spanish forces captured the French king Francis I, illustrated the new military reality with brutal clarity. The battle was decided not by individual combat between knights, but by coordinated action between different types of professional soldiers using firearms, artillery, and improved tactics. The age of chivalric warfare was definitively over, and with it went the military basis of feudal society. These military changes were forcing European rulers to develop entirely new forms of political organization. Professional armies were expensive to maintain and required systematic taxation and administration that could function independently of feudal obligations. The new monarchies had to create bureaucratic institutions that could mobilize resources on a scale that would have been impossible under medieval political arrangements. France under Francis I was pioneering many of these administrative innovations. The sale of government offices created a professional bureaucracy that was loyal to the crown rather than to local interests. The codification of customary laws provided uniform legal standards that could be applied throughout the kingdom. The development of new tax systems generated revenue that could support royal policies without depending on feudal cooperation. England was undergoing a similar transformation under Henry VIII, though the process was complicated by religious considerations. The English Reformation that began in the 1530s was motivated partly by Henry's matrimonial difficulties, but it also reflected the broader European trend towards centralized authority. When Henry declared himself head of the English Church, he was asserting the same kind of sovereign independence that other European monarchs were developing in secular affairs. The medieval world didn't die quietly. It screamed, raged, and convulsed through centuries of plague, war, and revolution before finally surrendering to forces it could no longer contain. What we've witnessed tonight is one of history's most profound transformations: the violent death of a 1,000-year-old civilization and the chaotic birth of the modern world. From the Black Death's devastating arrival in 1347 to the final collapse of feudalism by 1500, we've seen how every pillar of medieval society crumbled under pressures that no one could have predicted. The plague didn't just kill bodies, it murdered ideas about divine justice and social order. The Great Schism didn't just divide the church, it shattered the very concept of unified spiritual authority. Peasant revolts didn't just challenge individual nobles, they demolished the assumption that hierarchy was natural and eternal. The printing press, gunpowder, and oceanic exploration weren't just technological advances. They were weapons that destroyed medieval monopolies over knowledge, warfare, and geography. When Constantinople fell and the Americas were discovered, the last comfortable illusions about the world's size and nature died with them. What emerged from this carnage was something unprecedented in human history: a civilization based on innovation rather than tradition, empirical observation rather than inherited wisdom, centralized power rather than feudal fragmentation. The Renaissance, the scientific revolution, the age of exploration, all grew from seeds planted in the ruins of the medieval world. The price was catastrophic. Millions died, ancient ways of life vanished forever, and entire belief systems collapsed. But from this destruction came the foundations of everything we recognize as modern. Tonight's story isn't just about the past. It's about understanding how our world was forged in the crucible of medieval collapse, written in blood, tears, and the ashes of a dying age.